Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing tonight, you giant bunch of Chads and Chadettes? Because only true patricians watch this show, The Night Show. The Night Show is for cunning connoisseurs of content. Am I in V for Vendetta yet? Did I do it? Did I win the alliteration prize? I hope so. Anyway, welcome to the show. We are pre-recorded. No, not pre-recorded. See, I responded. I predicted that you would say that and then responded. We are here. Sorry, there was not a show last night. Let's talk about what happened. Okay. Last night, I had a plan to be on Nina Infinity's show at 9 p.m. my time, which would leave about an hour and 50 minutes to hang out and chat with her. And Drexel was supposed to be there. Drexel had some scheduling issues and wasn't able to show up until about an hour and 40 minutes in to the show or something like that. And so what I decided to do to facilitate actually being a decent guest and hanging out for a full discussion was to go ahead and stay there. And stay there I did. We did a 9-hour stream that eventually was me, Nina Infinity, Drexel, Brittany Venti joined in, and Drexel's wife, NCAA Cat, joined as well. It was a lot of fun, but I could not reasonably do another show because it would have started at 6 a.m., which was a disaster already. So that is where the show went last night. I tried to post that on both Locals and Twitter so people would see it and could come and enjoy, hopefully, enjoy the show that we had going over there, which I thought was a pretty fun show. I thought we had a pretty good time on the show, but not everybody might agree. I don't know. You guys will have to tell me how shitty it was. That being said, some astute viewers had noticed that there was going to be Lucas Gerhard today. Now, people mistakenly thought that tonight's show was going to be the show with Lucas and his attorney. That is not the case. Lucas and his attorney and I were going to do a night show the other night. However, his attorney was not available past like midnight. So we would have had to start the show at 9 and then he would have had a hard cutoff at midnight. It wouldn't have really worked out for scheduling. One, because Joe would have been streaming and I would have felt bad streaming during Joe's time. Two, it's just an awkward time for me to start a live stream in general. So I asked about later in the week. Today was going to be the day, but it was going to be an afternoon show. Now, there was a mild miscommunication on my end. I said, would afternoon be okay? And I was told that afternoon would be fine. What they interpreted that as was at noon. And what I interpreted at noon as was I went to bed at 6 a.m. after a live stream that lasted 9 hours long. And so I was thinking we'd do it around 2. And that time frame didn't work out. So tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central Time. We've got everything all locked down, and I take full blame for all of the miscommunication on it, of course. Tomorrow, 2 p.m., Lucas Gerhard and his attorney will be on in the middle of the day. There will still be a live stream tomorrow night on a completely different topic, but I'm really looking forward to interviewing Lucas. And that's the time that we were able to finally lock this thing in and make sure that we would be able to do a full show and not be hampered by some sort of artificial limitation on time and availability. That's what we didn't want to do, was be like, oh, well, we got an hour and a half right here to do it and throw it up. No, so I'll probably be making the link to the show after this show tonight so that it's out there so that people know where it is and it's ready to go tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central Time. So that is That is when Lucas will be on. The deer feeder in chief, the janitor of the internet, superstar Joshua Connor Moon, the most hated man on the planet by the smallest group of people, will be on Saturday for a midday show. Janny Jersh has agreed to come on. I'm double checking the time because I've just talked to him about it. That will be Saturday, August 27th at 2 p.m. Central as well. So we will have Janny Jersh on to talk about the recent hubbub over Kiwi Farms, what freedom of speech is, attempts at deplatforming by weirdos, attempts at deplatforming by government weirdos, attempts at deplatforming by congressmen, attempts at deplatforming by, the New Zealand government, all of those things. It's been a long time since I've talked to Null or Josh on stream, and I always have good conversations with him. Those usually, we start with the topic that tends to involve censorship and free speech, and then it devolves into some sort of degeneracy because, as we learned on Twitter today, Josh is a huge fan of anime. He's just been pretending to hate it to fit in, and I'm glad that he's finally out of his closet, holding his waifu pillow and suckling the thumb of every JoJo character that he's ever drawn on his own in his private anime sketchbook. But he will be on Saturday. So we'll probably start with, the topic of censorship and Kiwi Farms and the nature of speech online and just how hard it is to have a website that is, one, a website where people come, to have the website itself be maligned as some sort of malicious entity, to manage a bunch of weirdos anonymously posting basically whatever they want, and then to manage being blamed for it, and how hard it is to keep that afloat in a world that doesn't like an opinion that it doesn't like. I know that seems intuitive, I don't like things I don't like, but it's not just the act of dissatisfaction with something. Dissatisfaction in 2022 means I get to ruin you and remove you from society, period. Your opinion doesn't even get to be heard. I don't care if someone else likes it. I don't care if someone else is intrigued by it or challenged by it. I don't care if someone else has a contrary opinion to it and want to voice it. They don't get to, you don't get to, because I might have to accidentally encounter your speech. And that is unacceptable. So that will be Saturday. So we've got 2 daytime shows lined up in the next 2 days, which will be great. We've also got a nighttime show on Friday. I was not intending to cancel 2 shows this week, or I shouldn't say cancel. I canceled 1 show, but I was not intending to not do 2 nighttime shows this week. But that's how it kind of worked out with the long stream yesterday. And you know what? I'll take it because we had a really good time. And if you have a long drive or a work shift where you're super bored and you did not catch that stream, and you have the ability to throw some headphones on or whatever, highly recommend. Lots of fun, lots of jokes, good discussion as well, some ranting, some raving, whatever. All topics are covered. All right. The other person I need to schedule a show with, and I will be reaching out to right away, as I'm just remembering that I need to talk to him, is Dollhouse Phil. Dollhouse Phil bent over the criminal court that was going after him for a particular doll that was being sold, and he won his case handily, from what I'm told, against them. And I would love to hear the story of that. Plus, Dollhouse Phil is always a good guest on the show. So I think that's what we've got. Killer King says Medicare would love to have Jim back on the show. We were trying to set something up, and then things went crazy with his coverage of Ralph, and which is great, and I have no problem with. I think Jim is doing the Lord's work on the Chud Bud streams and stuff like that. But I know that, those streams get kind of taxing for him. He's talked about it on those shows. And so I have not pushed to have Jim on the show. He is welcome anytime, of course, but I'm not going to like chase him down and be like, will you come hack up an AIDS riddled lung on my show, please? Like, I really just want to get the Sweetie Squad back in my chat. And I can't do it without you 5-star 4-colored in hat wearing bastard. Like, I'm not going to do that to him. But if he's up for coming on the show, of course, would love to have him on. And we had talked about doing a show a while back. So much crazy shit has happened, and it would be good to catch up on it. Let's see. Yes. Also, iHypocrite. iHypocrite is on my very short list of people who need to be on the show. What else? What else am I doing? So much stuff, it seems like. In late September, I will be on the Slightly Offensive show with Elijah Schaefer, which should be more than slightly offensive, I think, by that time. I said I'd have Earl back after the Lane trial. Would love to talk to Earl Grey. I need to get in contact with him. But he's a hoot and has more war stories than anyone ever on the planet needs to have. And I would love to hear all of them. So with what? We'll figure that out in a minute. As for the show tonight, let me lay out what we're doing, because the title is like convoluted and it's not even complete, but I ran out of characters. Here's what we're going to be talking about. I'm just noticing a trend of everybody forgetting what free speech, what the First Amendment, not just the speech part, but the press part, and really all of basic liberty means. And so we've got a couple stories right here. We've got the First Amendment as the pinnacle tying theme to all of this. It's what brings all this together. It is the shitty, like, what's that stuff called? Not soft. The thing that they put on cake, like Wilton cakes, like the fake icing layer that they put on, that's like a sheet. You know what that stuff's called? I can't remember what it's called. I hate it though, because it doesn't taste very good, but it makes the cake look really good. Fondant. Thank you. Smudge with the win. Fondant. So the First Amendment is the fondant that goes over this whole cake. All right. And the First Amendment doesn't always taste good. It can be very uncomfortable, but it wraps everything up in this nice, easy package. It doesn't actually work out the way we always want it to, not because it shouldn't. It should always work out the way I say. I am the foremost preeminent expert on how the First Amendment should be. I will shove my First Amendment wiener into the hot dog bun of anybody who disagrees. Okay. I'm the preeminent authority on what should be, but we've got a bunch of dummies throughout history who have tried to ruin it, and they have succeeded over and over and over at paring back what freedom fucking means and what words mean when they say shall not do this. And they're like, well, but unless they have like a reason. It's like, no, it just says shall make no law. Can we just stick with shall make no law? Nope, we can't. It shall make no law unless they want to really, really badly. That's the First Amendment. That's the fondant that covers this whole topic. It also involves the FBI. It also involves Hunter Biden's laptop. It also involves Ashely Biden's diary. There's a big news in the Ashely Biden's diary story today. Project Veritas also involved with this diary, and the New York Times writing a disingenuous article, as they do. And so we're going to use all of those things to talk about free speech and a free press and what actually matters and how a message is controlled. But we've got to wrap in some other stuff that I couldn't fit in the title, like Mark Zuckerberg basically admitting that the FBI came in to Facebook offices and said, you need to censor stuff. And he kind of let slip a little bit that what they had to censor was the Hunter Biden laptop story. And he's like, well, I don't remember if it was that specifically, but that fit like the exact profile of what they were saying. We're going to watch the clip from Rogan. It's a fascinating and astonishing clip, and needs to start being used as the basis for what the government is doing through the proxy of tech companies and media companies. Part of the hardest part of like getting the First Amendment to apply is all of the cuckolds out there who say, well, private companies can do whatever they want on their platform. You get the impression very quickly from Mark Zuckerberg that he didn't feel like a private company in this clip. And that is key. So there is a doctrine which allows a private company to be treated like a government for a limited purpose if they are considered a state actor. Now, it's really hard to become a state actor or a quasi-state actor, but when the government asks you to do something at the behest of the government, that the government would normally have some sort of like authority. I shouldn't say they'd have the authority to do it, because they don't often have the authority to deprive you of rights, but a government generally would be in the business of doing this. Censorship of government-related activity is one of those things that the government is pretty good at doing, even when it's violative of the First Amendment or some other provision of law. In this case, we now have some little smidgen of evidence that an aspiring First Amendment lawyer may be able to at least put like a little crack in the eggshell that says that the United States government was actively partnering with these companies to do something that was against the Constitution, but shield themselves from liability by using a private party. Well, if that private party becomes a state actor, they get to be treated like a state actor. And this type of revelation, and let's be very clear, we know they do this. We know, of course you know, but you can't ever point to the time that it happened. Well, Mark Zuckerberg just came out and said, here it happened. So now we've got a little bit of a different scenario. So we're going to be talking about that, the Facebook thing, very, very important as well. And to throw it in there, I've got someone who's a little bit upset about some of the things I was saying in my Keffel stream about Kiwi Farms, and they grossly misunderstand free speech. See, what they think free speech is free speech that I like. And then there's the other free speech that I don't like, which shouldn't be free. And they're very supportive of laws to stop what has always been protected speech. And then they misunderstand laws that are on the books because the law says you can't do something. And you have to try and explain to these people, I get what the law says, but how the law works is different often than what a statute says. You have to look into the jurisprudence behind it. So we'll be talking through that as well. That's the layout of the show. We're going to get into it pretty quickly here, but there are some super chats, including a giant one that I definitely need to address. And I'm also going to do something that I try not to do too often, but a friend of mine has an Indiegogo card game campaign or Kickstarter. It might be Kickstarter. I think it's Kickstarter. Card game campaign going right now. They did a previous release. They hit their funding goal. They've got a couple days left. They're kind of close to the funding goal on this one, and I'm hoping they hit it because one of my kids is going to be a character in it. I pledged at the tier. I'll show you all about it, but I do want to talk about it. The first card game's really fun. It's sold in actual like storefronts now as well. They do go beyond the initial campaign, and they move these things into the market as independent game creators, and they're trying to build more of a company. And so I'm going to just put it out there. I have a platform that reaches some people who might be interested in the game. It's a lot of fun. It's fun for like families. It's fun for friend groups. It's a pretty cool game. All right. So anyway, we'll talk about that in a little bit, though. Let's hit these super chats. And oh my gosh. Not Brandon Lesko says the problem is if I ask Nick to do a shot, he won't do it. A shot of what? And now I got to figure out what he's talking about. So I have to go back in time and see if he ever says what shot and why. That's a mystery. Let's see what we've got. Gene Jeffries with a big donation says, Nick, a toast to my uncle Rich, Vietnam Navy vet. He was a flight crew chief on the USS Forstall and was on the flight deck when McCain tried to sink her, a man who ministered to inmates so they might learn to fight their demons. He will be missed. Oh, man, I got this. Do I even have any liquor left? I mean, I do, but I'm just looking at what I have in the office. We've got some of this Black Nicka with a K special whiskey. So we'll go with this. All right. We'll start off with this toast here. To Rich, the uncle of Gene Jeffries, a man who served his country, a man who carried that life of service beyond the military and into ministry, a man who tried to bring hope, repentance, forgiveness, and acceptance to people in one of the worst conditions they can be in, incarcerated by their government. Some of them probably justified, some of them possibly not. All of them needing guidance and all of them finding something from Rich. Be it guidance, be it friendship, be it inspiration, be it leadership, or be it just simple motivation. To men who go out, serve their communities, serve their fellow man, serve their fellow woman, they will all be missed, but Rich especially. Cheers. Okay, Lady Bethany, first super chat ever. Thank you, lady. Says, sent you and Lady Rackets a gift today. Hope you both enjoy it and it makes you laugh. Life is better when you're laughing. That is true. I spent a lot of today like grumpy for no reason. Later in the day, I was just like, why the fuck am I mad? I should be happy. So I decided to be happy and it worked. You should try it. And the shit that was bothering me is still bothering me, but that's okay because sometimes shit's going to bother you. And it was much better when I decided to change my attitude. So yes, life is better when you're laughing. Thank you, Lady Bethany. I'll be on the lookout for it. M4A now, this stream is abundantly necessary. The reactionary censorship displayed by the woman last night sent a chill up my spine. Even from a fairly based 4A woman streamer, her nanny state side came out regarding free speech. Wait, who are you talking about? Were you talking about Nina? I don't remember any censorship there, but maybe I'm not aware of it. Okay, here we go. Zeno says, I thought Nick is best minibar in Minnesota. Wait, like is or has the best? I have a great minibar, but it's all upstairs for some reason. Not Nina. Oh, the Congresswoman. Oh yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yes. Now, an interesting update on the Marjorie Taylor Greene situation really quickly. I did a short video about it. Apparently, I don't know if someone must have mentioned it to Tim Pool or something. He said he saw the video. He has contacts with Marjorie Taylor Greene, and he said he would try and pass some information along. So maybe she can get educated on the issue and start going after the real culprit. The real culprit being the person who tried to swat her, not some website that somebody somewhere may have used, and actually the person who did the swatting was intentionally trying to get involved in this thing. That she'll hopefully focus her efforts in the right spot and away from censorship. People can get mad and make irrational decisions that go against principles. My hope is that she finds some principle that involves freedom and liberty, especially in regards to speech, the First Amendment, and the Constitution, because I kind of like those things. And I think it's what separates us from some real shitholes on the planet. Okay, next we've got Doug Murray Says, rackets, I'm going through something. I work constantly. I make plenty of money, but I have no time off and no time to enjoy life. Haven't drank in about 8 months, but I might go on a bender and crawl back in the bottle. Doug, buddy, don't crawl back in the bottle as a way to escape or cope with your situation. Like if you want to go have a drink or whatever, like, and you're not trying to be sober or something, like you can just have a drink. You're an adult. You can do that. If alcohol is a problem for you and something in that message kind of indicates to me that maybe there's a reason you have not had a drink in 8 months. And if it's an issue, don't go back to it. Don't do that. Drink for fun, not for a funeral. Does that make sense? Here's what you got to do. I get you work constantly. You don't have the time. Right now, I'm feeling that pinch because everything, like my entire day is figuring out all this stuff coming up for the kids and trying to get them ready for the school year and all their activities and then driving them to the activities that have started and all that stuff. And I feel like I just got back from vacation, but I feel like I don't have any free time in my day to day, which is getting to be kind of annoying. That being said, find a way to carve some time out. If it's an hour, twice a week, 3 times a week where you go do what you're going to do that. But if you have the opportunity, man, if you've been working so much, take some time. Take some time. Most of the time, your job will be there when you get back, especially if you have a job where you make plenty of money. I think probably you'll have the ability to take some time and just spend it doing something that's nothing. That's whatever you want to do. Like for me, sit down. That's all I want to do. Like sit. Oh God, chairs are great. Couches, wonderful. Beanbag chairs, they're kind of cool for a while too, but they're like a one-night stand. You don't want to marry that thing, but just like whatever you want to do. If you want to go parasailing or something, go do that. Or like, I don't know, if you want to go beat Battletoads Arcade, bring money. But find some time to do something for you because you need it. Oh, this was placed on my heart today. You know, I hate when people say that. But really, like I had a compulsion to briefly just say this to all the men out there. You aren't pieces of shit. You aren't. Like, I'm not here to tell you how to be successful and uber cool and super sexy with the ladies or whatever. I am just here to say, I know like so many people are telling you or inferring to you or leading you to the conclusion that you're a piece of shit. You're not. So if you needed to hear that today, guys out there, you're not a piece of shit. Like seriously, you're not. I bet somebody needed to hear that. Okay. Because I know I do from time to time. Okay, not Brandon Lesko says, time to sink the Ricada battleship. Let's tie one on, ladies and gents. And then he says, Nick won't take this on, but I don't blame him. What the hell do you mean? Brandon Lesko, tag me or tag a mod or something so I can figure out what the fuck you want me to do. We'll figure it out, man. And then we've got Franco Miranda says, did you see the letter the Second Court of Appeals received about Vic? It was sent and uploaded the day after the opinion. They probably didn't read it, but it's interesting nonetheless. Yeah, no, I saw it. Someone voiced their displeasure with the decision. And, you get to do that. I don't know, really. I really don't know why they published the letter to the record. I don't think it's relevant to the case. It's not signed by any particular person, but they did. They took it. So, okay, whatever. That's the way the courts are weird like that sometimes, man. There's no compelling reason for them to put that in the record, but they did. Yes, I did see it though. Matthew Perkins, the very breaded feds raided Gavin McInnes, still no Hunter Biden raid. Yeah, it's amazing how that works. They'll just keep raiding political enemies. What is Gavin McInnes like? Even like, I'm not meaning this to be mean. Like, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound, but is he politically relevant anymore at all? Like, he's out of the Proud Boys. He does his show, which I wish him all the success in the world in, but it's not like Gavin McInnes is the name that I hear bandied about, not like the dangerous Ben Shapiro at the podcast convention or whatever. But like, so what the What the fuck? Like, what is it? He lost it all with the dildo. I do believe so. Hey, Sean Lambert. Thanks, man. Thanks for walking to the computer. I'm glad somebody was able to tell you. I really am. Okay, next we have wait, it's a repeat of the not Brandon Lesko chat. So I don't know what's going on there. Let me just double check. I think YouTube kind of fucked it up. Here you go. He says, not Brandon Lesko says, hey, I get everyone drunk, not just Joe. Wait, was Joe doing a drinking stream tonight or something? He killed Good Logic through whiskey shots last night. Oh, that's good, I guess. Poor Joe. Good Logic. I do feel bad a little bit about canceling the show last night because Joe is going to come on. I've been looking to try and find a time to go on his show, him to come on mine. And I was hoping he could come on mine last night and I would go on his in the future, but having to cancel the show, I did feel bad about that. And I probably owe him a text. He's been getting Joe drunk all week. You should always wash your hair. My hair is clean, shockingly. Okay, here we go. Facts, not feelings. If you were elected president, who would you have on your presidential cabinet? Please have Branca in a savage position. Make America unbreaded again. I would appoint John McCain as the director of the FBI. That's the first thing I would do. Joe was crying about me? Oh, man. Terrible. Yeah, I think current day John McCain would be an expert leader of the FBI. I think he would be perfect for it. My Secretary of Defense would probably be Fudbusters because I think he'd get the good on the guns. Secretary of the Treasury would be Good Logic. Obviously. Why would it be anybody else? Let's see. Who else would we have? The press secretary. I would make Fair and Balanced and Megan Fox fight for the press secretary position, like daily. Like they would have to daily fight each other for it. And then, whichever one won the particular combat event that day would be the press secretary for the next day. That's how we have to fairly do that. I'm not going to do it. Yes, I am. I would nominate Michael Malice for the Ministry of Height and Tallness, but he'd have to fight Ben Shapiro for it. It'd be the same setup for him and Ben Shapiro. Okay. Let's move on from this topic before I accidentally or unintentionally good-naturedly insult someone else. All right, here we go. We got one more, and then we're going to get into the topic here. Nara Dak says, I used to be a piece of shit. I'm not anymore. Glass house, white Ferrari, live for New Year's Eve, sloppy steaks at Trifoni's, they'd say. No sloppy steaks, but they can't stop you from ordering a steak and a glass of water. Okay. Sounds good. I'm glad you're no longer a piece of shit. That would be terrible. But no, and look, certainly there are individual pieces of shit, but there's a lot of dudes out there who are just either told or again, implied by society that the nature of their existence makes them a piece of shit. And that's not fucking true. Okay. Let's see. Ian Burwell, thank you for joining at the paralegal level. And Nurat, an axe, a man, and bear, or something, says you and Gavin should have a live show drinking contest. Yes, he's still huge in the world outside of mainstream internet. I don't like doing drinking contests. I lose them all the time. I'm not good at drinking contests, and I always feel terrible. afterwards. You've met Ryan Ralph? Who the fuck is Ryan Ralph? Okay. Stop distracting me. Let's get to this. The start of this show, like the start of the main content that we're doing, because I think this is where the important shit starts. Where the fuck is my Twitter? Eric Noodles says, hey, Rackets, you were a beast the other night. 5+ hours, best rants ever. Give my friends at F4MF a shout. F the jabs, F the mandates, FJB. Hey, what's up? F for MF. What's up, guys? Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Hope you're enjoying saying fuck you to everything that sucks. There we go. Go get it. Go get it. Let's see. Here we go. Let me find this tweet, which has the link for me here. Oh, perfect. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Will it work? Will it work if I do it here? Or is it going to paywall me? Okay, good. It didn't paywall me this time. This is kind of a long article. We're going to go through it as quickly as possible, but it's a really important article. It's really important because this is written by the New York Times. The New York Times is talking about propriety of the press in a free society in regards to their personal political enemy, which is Project Veritas. That's why I want to talk about this, because this is where we get to the point of principles just not existing from an organization that has been, like, to give some credit to the New York Times, they've been at the forefront of defining and defending free speech from time to time throughout history. No more. Not while their party is in power, not when they have become partisan, not when they have been compromised. But we're going to talk a lot about freedom and some legal principles involved here, and we can read between the lines of the story to figure out just what's going on. All right? I'm here to help you. I'm here to hold your dick and drag you through this. Florida pair pleads guilty in the theft of Biden's daughter's diary. Now, if you're like me, the first thing you thought, and this is what I tweeted, wait, I thought that they all said that diary was fake. Do you guys remember that? Like the stuff in the diary suggests that, like, Joe Biden was taking naked showers with his daughter. All sorts of weird fucking degeneracy going on in there. And how many of these motherfuckers are in rehab, by the way? This chick's in rehab, Hunter Biden, like, and they're leaving their stuff all over the planet. They just leave stuff willy-nilly and then, like, expect to have it when they get back. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. The laptop, obviously Hunter's laptop, true. We know it's true because it's been fucking true the entire time. The censorship was about the election. It was never about the contents or the reliability of the contents of the laptop. The diary, same thing. It will actually say in this story that the diary didn't garner much attention. It was actively suppressed as a false story during the election. So, of course, it was paraded out as, or it wasn't received well. It was suppressed. There was no distribution, and the distribution that did occur, they're like, this is fake. It's a fabrication. It's not reliable, blah, 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 blah. No, it turns out, by the way, it's all true. The diary is a legit, real thing that was really stolen from Ashely Biden when she left it for the better part of a fucking year at a house that she stayed at during rehab. All right. So we're going to get into the story as this thing goes on, because the New York Times actually does lay out the story, which is baffling because when you read it, you're like, wait, oh my God, like, look at how you're telling the story. And then afterwards, their, like, analysis of it is so slanted and stupid as to be mind blowing. And if you didn't know it was intentional, you'd think they were just dumb, but they're not. That's the scarier outcome. John Wells with another huge, what is this guy? What are you doing? These huge donations. Thank you. Let's see. John Wells says, have you watched the YouTube channel Angry Cops Breakdown of the General Miley resignation letter? He's a vet, as am I. His point of view is extremely important. Also enjoy all that produce I deliver to the Market Depot there in Spicer, Minnesota. Oh, hey, thanks, John. I do enjoy produce from the I assume you mean the farmer's market outside of the Teals. Or do you mean Teals? I'm not sure. Whichever one. I get produce from both of them though. So thank you for whichever one that you do deliver to. But no, I have not watched the Angry Cops channel or his breakdown of the General Miley resignation letter. I wasn't familiar with the story at all, but I'll happily check it out. Okay, here we go. Florida pair pleads guilty in theft of Biden's daughter's diary. Amy Harris and Robert Kurlander admitted to participating in a conspiracy in which Ashely Biden's diary ended up in the hands of the conservative group Project Veritas near the end of the 2020 campaign. Now, notice how, remember, the New York Times is in ongoing litigation against Project Veritas for defamation. They've very carefully worded how they address Project Veritas and their involvement in this story. Their inferences that they will try to get people to draw about Veritas are done masterfully and are entirely improper. But the way they specifically word it is intentional and extremely cautious. Ended up in the hands of Project Veritas is very, very conservative. For how they're discussing this. New York Times is definitely scared of James O'Keefe, as they should be. So here's Robert Kurlander with his lawyer, Jonathan Kaplan. On Thursday, in court papers filed in connection with Mr. Kurlander's plea, prosecutors directly tied Project Veritas to the theft of Ashely Biden's items. Again, directly tying someone to something does not in any way confer criminal liability. And that's going to be a big theme in this piece. A big theme. And the worst part is the New York Times knows this because the New York Times does what Project Veritas is accused of doing in this article every single day. I'm being hyperbolic, but they do it all the time. And of course they do it. They have a right to do it. It's how the press, a free press, is allowed to operate without political persecution for what may be the fallout of a free press. And if Donald Trump were in office and it was not Project Veritas, but like the Daily Kos or Mediaite or something like that, they would be praising the ever-loving shit out of the work they did to get Ivanka Trump's diary and where Donald Trump was sniffing her hair in a shower or whatever. Like it would be the greatest act of journalistic integrity of all time for them to attack the dominant narrative of the evil authoritarian Donald Trump. They'd be so fucking happy about it. And their tune would be the exact opposite of how this story is going to go. Federal prosecutors presented new evidence on Thursday implicating the conservative group Project Veritas in the theft of a diary and items belonging to Ashely Biden, President Biden's daughter, laying out in court papers their fullest account yet of how allies of President Donald J. Trump tried to use the diary to undercut Mr. Biden in the final days of the 2020 campaign. And let's all remember how the allies of Donald Trump, impliedly Project Veritas, tried to use the diary to undercut Joe Biden. They did not publish it. Somebody else published excerpts from it, and eventually the entire thing was published by another group than Project Veritas. So that is how. And remember what the undercutting of the Biden campaign was. Literally just publishing the document. That's the allegation. The document exists and is real. They first of all, Veritas didn't, but someone else published it. That was the undercutting of Joe Biden's campaign. Oh, same thing with the Hunter laptop, right? Well, they're trying to undercut and undermine Joe Biden's campaign with the antics of his son. Well, I forgot. You know, on the laptop are these emails that seem to indicate that Hunter Biden is inappropriately accepting money that he shouldn't be getting, massive amounts of it, and kicking it up to Joe Biden, implying that Joe Biden used his position as vice president or maybe longtime senator to get his son a job that he should not have, and that money was flowing back to Joe improperly. Now, I don't know if that is fully true, but that's what's implied by some of the emails that we're not allowed to even consider as real, because it must be a Russian psyop that Hunter Biden left his laptop somewhere. It must be a Russian psyop, too, that Ashely Biden left this notebook in a house, as we're going to find out in a minute. The court papers were filed in connection with the guilty pleas on Thursday. Notice these are guilty pleas. This is going to be very, very important to the truth of this story, because there are different categories of property, and taking one category of property is a crime. Taking another category of property is not. But there's a big, big distinction between having the money to fight a federal indictment in federal criminal court and not having the money to fight a federal indictment in federal criminal court and being given a deal that will allow you to persist on with your life, or being threatened with years and years of prison. That is a critical difference that gets glossed over in this story, but there's clues about what happened here. But if you take property that is abandoned, properly abandoned, and there is no definition of abandonment. There's some statutes that attempt to define abandonment. A lot of times it's 28 days with no indication that the person would return to retrieve it. No indication of an intent to recover the property. 28 days is kind of like a rule of thumb, so to speak. But it's not an ironclad rule, and abandonment can happen right away. If I just drop a chair on the side of the road and I say, I don't want that, and walk away from it, the abandonment happens in 5 seconds. Now, if you take something that's abandoned, it is never a crime. It's just not, because it's not anyone's. Once the abandonment occurs, any title to the property is gone. It disappears. It evaporates. There's no claim left. That's the abandonment. They're abandoning whatever right and interest they had in that thing. If you take something that you have a reasonable belief is abandoned and can support the reasonableness of your belief, theoretically, you're not guilty of a crime, even if the person didn't intentionally abandon it. But if you can lay out a case that, remember, the criminal level of fault has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. If you can raise any reasonable doubt that you genuinely believed that this property was abandoned, and you wanted to exploit that property in any way at all, in any way, you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to sell it. You're allowed to publish it. You're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want with abandoned property, because the person has abandoned their title in it. Now, if they later come back and try and assert a claim, then you can fight in civil court over it. However, when the president of the United States' FBI comes a knocking on your abandoned property that you thought was abandoned, and they prosecute you, that changes the calculus on what you're able to say, because the amount of weight coming down on you is bigger than Tess Holliday falling off a building. Juan says, how the fuck do you conspire to steal something that was abandoned? And that's where we're going with this. All right. The guilty pleas on Thursday of 2 Florida residents who admitted in federal court in Manhattan that they had stolen the diary and sold it to Project Veritas. Now, they say, I stole it. I knew what I did was wrong, blah, 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 blah. I knew it was illegal. That's part of the plea agreement, is that they have to plea to the crime itself. Almost guaranteed that is a specific condition of whatever plea agreement that they got. But they didn't have to make that plea. They may not have actually believed that. It's shocking to find this out, I know, but people say things in court that aren't true with some regularity. And some people plea to things that they don't believe, because the punishment for losing the criminal case is so onerous that they would rather plea safely, and they will frankly just lie about their belief of their guilt. But if you believe you are not guilty, the judge cannot accept your guilty plea, even if you really, really want him to. You can't be like, I didn't do it, but I'll take the punishment. That's not an acceptable plea in the United States, because if you didn't do it, the government has to meet its burden to prove that you did. Now, the plea system has gotten everything super fucked up so that what a prosecutor will do is say, look, you don't plea, we go after you for this, we accelerate it, 15 years in prison. You do plea, 6 months with an ankle bracelet. Which one you pick? Which one do you pick? You want to fight? Oh, and by the way, fighting us in federal court, it's also going to cost you $160,000. So you can take 6 months and an ankle bracelet, or you can take $160,000 and up to 15 years in prison if we win. A lot of people go ahead and curb that, right? And they go, oh, no, I'll take the deal. That's not how the system is supposed to work, but that's the system that judges and lawyers have happily allowed to work. And you want to know the dark secret why both the defense attorneys' bars and prosecutors' bars are okay with this? Because it ultimately means less work. It's much easier to negotiate and execute a plea deal than it is to execute a trial. It's way more judicially economic. Now, they still fleece the fuck out of people on fees. Prosecutors get paid by the hour by the government, so that doesn't matter. They never have to collect a bill in their life. But defense attorneys, they fleece the fuck out of people on those plea agreements still, right? Oh, well, it's a flat fee for your defense. And then they'll plea them out, doing way less work than they would have otherwise done. But the flat fee was paid up front. So it's okay. Yeah, I got 50 grand for that plea agreement. Took 7 hours at the end of the day. Now, obviously, this would take longer. This case has been going on for a while, but I'm talking about how we got here, not this case specifically, and why the system is corrupt and broken in this way. Definitely not. Brandon says double of anything works. So you want me to get a double of something. Buddy, you're dropping significant dosh here. Let me finish this Nika, and then I'll go with some high dollar Mictors. How's that? We'll do that. A double of Mictors just for you. It's a quite expensive bottle. I did not buy it. It was gifted to me, which is super appreciative by MD Huge Ass. You'll see him in the chat. Guy's awesome. Knows his liquor very, very well. All right, here we go. Prosecutors directly tied Project Veritas. Notice they've said this like 5 times already in the third paragraph to the theft of Miss Biden's items in the court papers, saying that an employee for the group had directed the defendants to steal additional items to authenticate the diary and paid them additional money after receiving them. Now, directing someone to steal additional items, that's not legal. But why aren't they charged? This is a question. This has been since 2020, and they've known Project Veritas are the people who have gotten the diary. They know they paid for the diary. Why aren't they charged? This is the read between the lines thing that I'm talking about. Because the way that the New York Times wrote this, directing someone to steal makes you a part of the conspiracy. But this guy who allegedly directed, they can prove that he directed the defendants to steal additional, not charged. Is it because maybe he didn't say to steal additional items? Maybe he said, you need to bring us more proof to authenticate this thing. We don't know if this is hers. How do we go ahead and make sure that this is what it purports to be? So bring me something else. That does not mean go steal something else. That does not mean I know you stole the thing. And it's very interesting how the New York Times, again, the New York Times accepts and pays for stolen stuff to support their articles all the time with regularity. They probably have a specific line item in their budget that their accountant knows about for buying stolen shit, is what it's called. I have a guess. They do this and they know that they're protected in doing this as long as they are not part of facilitating or encouraging illegal activity. They are allowed to receive the fruits of illegal activity. Even if they know that it was illegally obtained, so long as they didn't have a hand in or like an incentive to obtain the illegal thing, they can actually take illegally gained things and publish them. They do it all the time. They did it with Trump's tax return page, if you remember. It's illegally obtained. They illegally obtained documents about Project Veritas from the FBI and have been using those. They do this all the time. And they know that it's legal. Of course it is. Now, again, if Project Veritas is complicit in facilitating a theft, that's different. But they're not charged. Why aren't they charged? Teleco Friedman says, isn't it illegal to buy stolen things? It's illegal to knowingly accept or purchase stolen property. Sure. But do you know it was stolen? Sometimes you do, right? Like sometimes someone goes, hey, man, I got this cheeseburger that I stole from Ralph's garbage can. You want it? And you're like, I can't take that. That's stolen. But if someone comes up and says, hey, man, I got this cheeseburger. It's half eaten and covered with garbage. You want it? And you're like, yeah, hell yeah, I want to eat that. That looks good. That's a different story. Even if you you can accept that it might have been stolen, you have to have direct knowledge that it's actually stolen. They have to prove your intent to receive stolen property. But was this diary stolen is actually an open question, specifically from Project Veritas's knowledge and intent standpoint. Because we're going to get into this. Let me just keep reading. We'll go. Citing a text message between the defendants who pleaded guilty, Amy Harris and Robert Kurlander, prosecutors provided new insights into how Project Veritas tried to authenticate the diary and what the group had planned to do with it. Quote, they are in a sketchy business, and here they are taking what's literally a stolen diary and info, Mr. Kurlander wrote. This is the guy who fucking sold it to them. Like, oh, they're in a sketchy business. They're taking what's literally a stolen diary and information. You, motherfucker, are the guy who tried to sell it to them. Like, you're the guy. Adding that Project Veritas was, quote, trying to make a story that will ruin Miss Biden's life and try and affect the election. Yeah, this part, again, this is part of the plea agreement. This is part of the plea agreement. Federal prosecutors in Manhattan. What's the text message say? Where is it, New York Times? What's the text message? Just why didn't you put it in the article? Oh, I don't know. Maybe we'll see. Federal prosecutors in Manhattan have been investigating the theft of the diary and Project Veritas's role in it since they were alerted to the theft just days before the 2020 election, as the group sought to interview Mr. Biden about the contents of the diary. The investigation has spurred questions about how much the First Amendment can protect a group that claims it is a news media organization. Look at that. Look at that. Even though its methods fall far outside traditional journalistic norms. Do they? Does Project Veritas's methods fall outside traditional journalistic norms? I don't think it does at all. But look at the vile and the venom from New York Times. Project Veritas claims it is a news media organization. Remember, these people think that news media organization is a special vaunted status reserved for an elite group. The New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the LA Times, Reuters, Associated Press. Those are the only news media organizations that can exist, and they probably should be licensed. There should probably be some government board that approves our ability to have a stranglehold on the truth. This is how they think, because these people aren't journalists anymore. They're activists, and they have been for quite some time. And it has put Mr. Biden's Justice Department in the highly unusual position of investigating a crime in which the president's daughter was a victim. At the same time, it is weighing whether to charge his son, Hunter Biden, in a separate case involving potential tax and foreign lobbying violations. Oh, I'm sure they're really struggling with the question of whether or not they should charge Hunter Biden. I mean, holy shit. I mean, it's really tough decision for them. In their pleas, the only question is whether or not Joe will just go ahead and pardon Hunter the moment he's charged. Because he can. Perfectly legal. Not only that, let me say this. I'll say this on the record. If the feds are going to charge Hunter Biden, it is not only perfectly legal, but it is well within his ethical responsibility or duty or whatever of the pardon power to utilize the pardon to protect his son, Hunter Biden. And if he does so, it would be the right thing to do. If he doesn't do so, it would simultaneously be the right thing to do because the president's power to pardon someone else is plenary. Means he has the full say of it. There's no check, no balance on it. There's no like, well, not that person. No, that person. That is the proper use of the pardon power. And if Joe pardoned Hunter Biden, I would not for 1 second fault him for it at all. Now, can his pardon of Hunter Biden be used to impeach him? And would that impeachment be proper? Similarly, yes. Similarly, yes, because the impeachment power is plenary of Congress, of the House to impeach and the Senate to try impeachment. And there isn't really a check or balance on these things either. And that is the method that was designed by the founders. It's laid out in the Federalist Papers. I talked about it when Legal Eagle said his stupid bullshit about Trump pardoning people or whatever. My position is consistent on this, and it is based thoroughly in the founding documents of this nation. I don't know why anybody's worried about it. Now, of course, Joe would have to be politically worried about it because it would probably fuck him in 2024. Like that would be the nail in the fuck Joe Biden coffin, right? He pardons Hunter Biden on the indictment, which is why you could expect them to delay that investigation out through like maybe December of 2024. Like they just might not make a decision to charge him until then. And then if Joe loses, they can charge him with impunity. If he wins, he can go ahead and pardon him, but he'll be sitting president in his lame duck session, and it's no big deal. So anyway, I just want to point that out there. I don't want people to like accuse me of being inconsistent. That's the way pardons work. They're made for that stuff. And it's very uncomfortable because I do think Hunter Biden, there's plenty of evidence of criminal activity on his laptop. And I do think he should go to prison for it. And I do think it should have prevented Joe Biden from being elected. Like politically prevented him from being elected. If only, the world would have been able to see it. That would have been fucking cool. But now we're past that. Now he is president. Now he has the pardon power. And well, you're fucking stuck with it. Joseph Morneau, having the legal power to do something does not make it morally right. Look, morality is a competing coliseum. And I think that a parent's moral imperative to protect their children, even from their children's mistake, like I see that as a moral right. I mean, there are different moralities in which it's a moral wrong for him to do so, sure. But there's at least one where it's good. Where it is a proper, when I say good, I mean it's a proper behavior. That's what morality is. Proper behavior under a given set of ethics or beliefs. So here we go. In their pleas, Ms. Harris and Mr. Kurlander admitted they took part in a conspiracy to transport stolen materials from Florida, where Ms. Biden had been living, to New York, where Project Veritas has its headquarters. Now, this is how the feds get involved, because this is a Florida theft, which would be dealt with by Florida courts, Florida police, not the FBI. The conspiracy to transport knowingly stolen materials, that's where you get the federal crime. This is why they cross state lines to do something that is illegal. So that's where the feds get involved. That's why the feds have come down. Now, I mean, maybe they should have just prosecuted the theft, but no, they came up. And this is, importantly, this is what they're pleading guilty to. In a weird way, they're not actually pleading guilty to stealing as much as they are pleading guilty to transporting stolen materials that they know are stolen. So, I mean, they have a tacit admission of the theft, but it's not a plea to the theft. It's weird how criminal law can work out that way. Harris and Kurlander stole personal property from an immediate family member of a candidate for national political office. This doesn't matter. This part of the sentence literally doesn't fucking matter. And it never should. There is no better theft target or worse theft target. There's not like, well, it should just end. Harris and Kurlander stole personal property. Period. That's the crime. It doesn't matter that it's Ashely Biden or that it's Reggie, the fucking meth addict. It does not matter who it is. If you steal personal property, it's a crime. That's the crime. And the value of the stolen thing is what is basing most of the punishment on this stuff. I hate that they do this. I don't care who's running for office. If you steal my car, it's just as fucking important as if you steal Ashely Biden's car. In fact, to me, it's infinitely more important because fuck her. But the criminal act is the same no matter who the target is. But we put primary import, which is why the FBI is resolving this rather than Florida state courts. Because if it were up to in the normal course of things, there's no way someone taking a diary in Florida and driving it to New York gets a fucking FBI indictment for their federal conspiracy crime. What they get is a state theft charge of a $10 item, a misdemeanor in basically every state. But we have a politically protected aristocracy in the United States, and the media, who is supposed to be against it, is fully complicit in that. Damian Williams, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York, said in a statement, they sold the property to an organization in New York for $40,000 and even returned to take more of the victim's property when asked to do so. Again, when asked to do so, how? How are they asked? What were the words? Mr. Williams said, Harris and Kurlander sought to profit from their theft of another person's personal property, and they now stand convicted of a federal felony as a result. That they do. Actually, the result of the plea agreement, in which I'm sure Mr. Williams didn't leverage the full weight of the federal prosecutor's office against him on this plea agreement. On obtaining the plea agreement. Okay, here we go. Definitely not. Brandon says Nick is thirsty. A real Brandon Lesko. Drop some money if you're not a troll. Here we are. Michter's. This is toasted barrel finish Kentucky straight rye whiskey. This is 108.2 proof. This is a 54% alcohol drink. I will pour a double for you, my friend. This double would cost quite a bit at a bar. $100, 150, depending on the bar. Probably more. Why does the president have the power to pardon people? Because the founders wrote it into the Constitution that he has the power of the pardon. That's why. But he can only pardon a federal crime. He can't pardon a state crime. All right, here we go. Cheers to Brandon Lesko, and definitely not Brandon, tag teaming me like some sort of sloppy Riley Reid B-roll. Here we go. That is such a fucking good whiskey. Oh my God. Legal Vices approves of today's booze. It's a good one. It's really, really good. Okay, here we go. As part of the investigation, the authorities have executed a search warrant at the homes of two former employees and Project Veritas' founder, James O'Keefe. Now you know the motivation in all this. They just want to fuck these people. Like, they want to fuck James O'Keefe so hard they should be buying him 12 salads. You don't want him to get fat or bloaty. And they have obtained a trove of the group's emails from around the time it purchased the diary. Of course they have. Again, this is how the government operates. They have a political enemy. His name is James O'Keefe. They want to take all of the stuff that they can from him and from his company. No charges have been filed against Project Veritas or any of its operatives, and the group never published the diary. Oh, look at that. No charges yet. We're 2 years out now. No charges have been filed. They charged these people and obtained a conviction through a plea. We're 2 years out. When are they going to wait? Are they going to ever charge Project Veritas? I don't know. They've got the strongest case yet. Remember that. But in a sign that the investigation into the group will continue, the authorities said Mr. Kurlander had agreed to cooperate with the authorities. Again, Project Veritas is a political enemy of this administration. They're a member of the press. You by the way, if you want to be a member of the press, just say, I'm the fucking press. There you go. You did it. You've met your constitutional obligation to be a member of the press. That's it. I report on shit, motherfucker. Now you're a member of the press. Done. There's no test to be a member of the press. There's no licensure. There's no permission. The government does not get to approve you because Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of the press. You can't put a test on them. You can't put a licensure scheme in place. It'll be a direct violation of your fundamental right to be the fucking press. So Project Veritas is 100% the press, a news media organization fully protected by the First Amendment. What's going on? They're being harassed by a federal agency that is politically opposed to them. And they're using this other prosecution to justify further harassment without filing criminal charges. And in my humble opinion, they don't even have probable cause on this. They don't have anything, is my guess. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe in a month, they'll charge Project Veritas. We'll reevaluate it then. At this point, the fact that they're not charged, very suspect. Damn it. Definitely not. Brandon says, what other whiskey do you have? I have a bunch upstairs. A ton. I could go get a different bottle. What are you looking for, a high-end whiskey or a low-end whiskey? What do you want? You don't have to pay me. Just tag me. All right, here we go. Miss Harris's lawyer, Sanford Talkin, declined after the hearing to discuss whether she would cooperate with the authorities, saying she's accepted responsibility for her actions and she looks forward to moving forward with her life. In a brief statement, Project Veritas said its news gathering was ethical and legal. And right now, based on all the information we have, this looks to be true. Quote, a journalist's lawful receipt of material later alleged to be stolen is routine, commonplace, and protected by the First Amendment, it said. And this is correct. And the New York Times knows this is correct. They know this is correct because, again, they operate on this all the time. Just a shot, I pick. Okay, I'll go get one in just a few minutes here. It is unclear what impact the disclosure about Project Veritas's role in the scheme will have on its operations, which are often funded by donors. There you go. Yes, the New York or the Project Veritas is not funded by George Soros. So they're not on the vaunted status of the New York Times. The pleas mark the first time criminal charges have been filed in the theft of Miss Biden's diary, which she no, that's actually not the first time criminal charges have been filed. Criminal charges were filed a while ago. This is the first time a conviction has occurred, which she kept while she recovered from addiction and which contained intimate information about her and her family. What the fuck is going on in the Biden family? Is it because of the naked showers that Uncle Joe is taking with all of the family members that they're all on all sorts of fucking drugs all the time? The intimate information, I guess, is that she was showering naked with her dad. Gross. I know what I did was wrong and awful, and I apologize, Mr. Kurlander said in court. Ms. Harris said, I sincerely apologize for any actions and know what I did was illegal. This is their plea agreement. They were required to say those things. Mr. Kurlander and Ms. Harris, who surrendered to the authorities early Thursday, were released from custody after the hearing. Both are scheduled to be sentenced in December. What they want to do is they want to get, so the reason that sentencing is so far out in December is his cooperation and probably hers will have an impact on the sentencing recommendation from the government. Like legitimately, they'll write in their sentencing memo, they'll say they promised to be cooperative, they were cooperative, they provided information that furthered an ongoing federal investigation, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. And they should be given some deference from that or a reduction in points. I can't remember how it goes. I don't do federal criminal law, but it happens with regularity that is written into their memo on sentencing. Ms. Biden had left the diary at a friend's home where she had been staying in Delray Beach, Florida in 2020 and planned to return to retrieve it that year, according to interviews and court documents. So again, how long is this diary sitting there? Oh no, I totally plan to go back and get it. Oh, did you? Like, it's a very convenient position to have now. How often do you guys, you know what? I just left it at a friend's. I was going to go back though. You know, very important. All right. After Ms. Biden left, her friend allowed Ms. Harris, who was in a bitter custody. Here we go. Here's a clue. Bitter custody dispute and struggling financially to stay at the home. Do you think this person can afford to defend themselves in this case? Not a chance. In 2020, they're in a bitter custody dispute and struggling financially. By 2022, they're not fucking millionaires. I'm pretty much going to promise you that. And by the way, most people in this chat, self included, you can't afford to defend yourself in a federal case. You can't do it. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. She got 40 grand that she split with that other guy for this. It's not enough. Ms. Harris learned that Ms. Biden had been living there and found her belongings, including the diary, in August. She told Mr. Kurlander, who texted her, that they could make a lot of money from the diary and family photos she had also found among Ms. Biden's belongings. Mr. Kurlander, the New York Times has reported, then informed a Trump supporter and fundraiser Elizabeth Fago, not to be confused with the based Detroit drink Fago, enjoyed by juggalos the world over. Ms. Harris and Mr. Kurlander took the diary to a Trump fundraiser at Ms. Fago's home, where it was passed around like an underage masseuse at Jeffrey Epstein Island by the elites, including crippled ass Stephen Hawking or whatever. The Times reported last year, an event also documented in the court filing on Thursday. Before the event, the court paper said Mr. Kurlander texted Ms. Harris on Sunday, "You may have a chance to make so much money." Prosecutors said by that time she had stolen additional items belonging to Ms. Biden. Did she actually steal them is a valid question. Oh my God, coming with stuff that neither one of us have seen or spoken about, Ms. Harris texted Mr. Kurlander. Wait, how have you not seen it? You're the one who has it. "I can't wait to show you what Mama has to bring Papa." Prosecutors said the pair had hoped to sell the items to the Trump campaign, but a representative of the campaign who was not identified in the court papers told the pair they were not interested in buying the property and they should take it to the FBI instead. Times has reported Ms. Fago ultimately helped direct Ms. Harris and Mr. Kurlander to Project Veritas. So here's Amy Harris right here. Admitted she took part in a conspiracy to transport stolen materials. In September, Ms. Harris and Mr. Kurlander traveled to Manhattan to show Project Veritas the diary, telling two operatives for the group that they had found it and other items at the Delray Beach home where Ms. Biden had been staying with a friend. Project Veritas paid for the pair to go to New York and stay at a luxury hotel, prosecutors said. Prosecutors said that a Project Veritas operative wanted more of Ms. Biden's property to try and authenticate the diary and would pay more for those additional items. Again, notice the wording here. Earlier, they implicated or attempted to implicate Project Veritas in being complicit in directing people to steal. But that's not what they're saying here. They wanted more property to authenticate the diary and would pay more for those additional items. That does not mean you know that it's stolen. Hey, where'd you find this stuff? You found this diary? That's crazy. It's just left somewhere in some house? Is there other stuff? If you got something else, we can verify this is the right diary. Yeah, I've got more money for you. This is big. This is huge. This is a huge news story. That is not directing someone to steal. Now, maybe, I don't know, they don't publish the text message, and you have to ask yourself why they don't publish the text message that they're saying is the evidence that Project Veritas wanted them to steal. The reason they won't publish the text message is because it does not direct the person to steal, because they probably ran the text message by the legal department, the in-house counsel at Project Veritas, like, hey, homie, make sure you're not telling them to steal shit. That would be fucking illegal. But if they just happen to come across this stuff, yeah, we could probably use it. And that's fully protected by the First Amendment for you to receive property that is kind of weird, but is a story. Because we're a media organization, that's fine. Not only is it fine, it happens every single day. But we cannot tell them to engage in illegal activity to procure it. Mr. Kurlander realized there was an opportunity to make more money from Project Veritas. Now, notice this. He realizes it. Mr. Kurlander texted Ms. Harris, the court filing said, that they had to tread even more carefully and that stuff needs to be gone through by us. And if anything worthwhile, it needs to be turned over and must be out of that house. That's not Project Veritas. Just as a reminder, this is the co-conspirator, Mr. Kurlander. He's the one saying, we need to do this, we need to do that. Ultimately, Project Veritas paid them $40,000. Prosecutors did not name the Project Veritas employees who met with Ms. Harris and Mr. Kurlander in New York. Well, gee, I wonder why. But last year, again, the way the New York Times is writing this article is that Project Veritas facilitated the theft, and they won't even name the employees named by the attorney in the Southern District of New York in court. They won't, with the prosecutors didn't name them. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe the prosecutors don't want to go ahead and say that they actually did this if they didn't actually commit the crime. But last year, the FBI searched the homes of Spencer Meads, a confidant of Mr. O'Keefe. The Times has previously reported that Mr. Meads was sent to Florida to authenticate the diary. Prosecutors said that one of the Project Veritas employees traveled to Florida on the same day that Miss Harris and Mr. Kurlander stole the additional items. All three of them met, and Mr. Kurlander and Ms. Harris gave the Project Veritas operative the items. Mr. Kurlander also met with the operative the next day and provided an additional bag, prosecutors said. Veritas, which uses deceptive tactics to ensnare targets. That literally just used to be called investigative journalism. That's what that used to be. Until journalists stopped investigating and rather accepted the narrative penis of the current administration. They just stopped investigating. That doesn't make it not investigative journalism. Undertook a wide-ranging effort to authenticate the diary. As part of that effort, an operative tried to trick Miss Biden during a phone call into confirming that the diary was hers. So, and again, what does that even mean? Project Veritas later contacted Ms. Biden's lawyers about the diary in an attempt to secure an interview with her father before the election. Ms. Biden's lawyers told the group that the idea that she had abandoned the diary was ludicrous and accused the group of an extortionate effort to secure an interview, according to emails obtained by the Times. Ms. Biden's lawyers then contacted federal prosecutors in Manhattan. Look at that. Immediately prosecute these motherfuckers. They're touching your sacred cow. Prosecute them now. My dad's about to be president. He can fire every one of your asses. In the midst of this exchange, a conservative website, National File, published excerpts from the diary on October 24th and its full content 2 days later. Disclosure drew little attention. Remember that they maligned this thing as fake, false, non-authenticated, couldn't be verified, probably fabricated, and all of the accusations against Joe Biden by his own daughter, completely untrue. None of that stuff was real. Drew little attention. Oh, yeah, they also suppressed the story. But that National File said it had obtained the diary from someone at another organization that was unwilling to publish it in the campaign's final days. Mr. O'Keefe was said to be furious that the diary ended up in the hands of National File. So there you go. Because, again, while we now know to be authentic, Project Veritas apparently couldn't authenticate it. That seems to be the issue. They could not authenticate the document, so they were hesitant in publishing it. In early November 2020, days after the election, Project Veritas arranged for Ms. Biden's items to be taken to the Delray Beach Police Department, where a lawyer was captured on video saying the belongings might have been stolen. The police then contacted the FBI. Okay, so they find out something might be stolen, they turn it in. Again, that's the legal thing to do. And that's the end of the story. That's the end of the story. Now, let's take a moment here and talk about this. Just as a reminder, the press is fully protected from the government prosecuting them for obtaining legally, allegedly stolen things and publishing them. Because, shockingly, government entities throughout the United States history, not just the presidency, but local municipal police or municipal governments and stuff like that have tried this. Something gets illegally recorded or illegally obtained. It doesn't matter if it's actually illegal, by the way. The accusation of illegality was enough to justify prosecuting the journalist, the publication, the news media station, the radio station, whatever. There's a huge amount of jurisprudence that says that so long as the publisher does not facilitate the intentional theft of the property, that they have a First Amendment protection to publish it. Even, here's the crazy thing, even if they can reasonably determine that it was unlawfully obtained, so long as they didn't procure the unlawful acceptance of the property, they didn't direct or facilitate theft, they have the right to receive and publish property that might have been illegally obtained, because the interest of the press and the public supersedes the interest of a government in prosecuting a journalist 10 times out of 10. You have to provide a specific underlying illegal act that the journalist or the publication or the media company or whatever engaged in to prosecute them on. You cannot prosecute them just for mere publication of something, even if it was illegally obtained. And this is extremely critical to everything. It's why Watergate worked. It's why the Snowden leaks worked. It's why every government whistleblower thing works, from municipal corruption through court corruption, through all the way to the president of the United States attempting to interfere illegally in an election by the name of Richard Nixon, by the way. All of the stuff obtained to expose this stuff is generally illegal. Like, the government's very good at protecting its activity. They don't want people recording or taking these. They can mark anything top secret, and then suddenly it's illegal for you to own. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, but the First Amendment right to publish this stuff trumps that shit. And it always fucking must. And the fact that the New York Times is such a bunch of butthurt Beto O'Rourke's running around with hamsters in their asses or whatever, that they would throw another media organization under the bus for doing what the New York Times would 100 times out of 100 do if they had the opportunity, is so fucking dishonest and disgusting that you wish there were a way to revoke specifically their First Amendment rights just because they don't value them at all. These activists, these opportunists, these partisan hacks masquerading as journalists have no principle. They have no value, because what they want is to control the narrative, to get their party in power so that they are cemented in their position and their authority. That is always the goal of fucking socialist, communist activists. It is not to be active revolutionaries. It is to bring the revolution into legitimacy. their revolution, their legitimacy, their authority being exerted over everyone else. That is the root of what they want. And that is the motive that you can always follow to figure out why they act in the way that they do. And it's disgusting to me. These people are supposed to be defending us. They're supposed to be the libertarian voice. The journalist should be the ultimate libertarian forever. They should be the one who's like, no, fuck your laws. I will speak. I will give dissident speech so long as it is true, because the truth must come out, and the truth cannot come out when it's clouded by authority. The journalist should always be the ultimate libertarian. And what we're finding time and time again today is that they are not. In fact, they are the willing submissive to the government penis. It's fucking disgusting. And I hope they die of gonorrhea and rotten hell. Okay. We've got a couple more chats, and I need to go get another bottle of whiskey from upstairs. It'll be just a minute. Tall Skinny Geek says, if you don't have a piece of paper 2-inch by 4-inch that says 100% press written in dark blue crayon, I don't recognize you as a member of the press. Bad Weather Biker says, respect for you being a whiskey guy. I'm a Corbel guy myself. I'm a pretty high-strung type A personality, and Corbel is about the only thing that helps me sleep on those days I can't shut my brain off. I don't know what other personality types say. I don't know if I'm type A. I'm type lazy most of the time. Okay. Give me just a second. I'm going to go get a new bottle of whiskey. Here's what I need.
I just need you to be black and a female.
That's right. I need you to be black and a female. That's what I need. Okay. I'll be right back. Give me like 30 seconds. All right. Here we go. Whew. We've got more to talk about, by the way. The show topics are not over. We're not like transitioning, into super chats. We are transitioning into the next part of this freedom based show. Okay. So don't be like, oh, well, now he's going to just read. Nope, I'm not doing that. We've got some more freedom to fucking talk about, specifically this Facebook thing, which is insane to me. Insane. Forgot to play the song. I wasn't peeing. Here we go. Here's the next whiskey I'm going to have. This is a Minnesota whiskey. It's from Rock Filter Distillery, organic fence jumper bourbon whiskey distilled from Oaxacan green corn and cherrywood smoked winter rye. I don't know what that even fucking means. This is our very first smoked bourbon recipe. Heirloom Oaxacan green corn seed was sourced from Seed Savers in Decorah, Iowa. Smoke was sourced from a grand old tree felled to make way for a Black Hammer Township fence line. So this is from Spring Grove, Minnesota. We'll try that out in just a minute. I don't know. It might be terrible. They wrote a bunch of shit that makes it sound good, so I'm really suspicious if it'll be good at all. Here we go. I got to finish this. So, there's one thing I'll say about really expensive whiskeys. like drinking them fast is such a waste because their flavors and the mouthfeel is very complex, right? Like Rocco Safridi or whatever. The mouthfeel is very complex. So like you don't want to just chug them because that's gross. So I do have like 2 more good sips here. God's good. Okay, here we go. Let me find. I've got it here. I've just got to find this next. This next topic, this fucking Joe Rogan thing. Here we go. All right, here we are. Okay, here is the next thing we've got. This is all part of the same topic. This is all in the same mindset, and we're going to be talking about this in a minute. Look at Mark the fucking Android Zuckerberg. Doesn't even know how to wear headphones. It's like, well, I can't put it over my positronic net, so I have to put them backwards. What are you doing, weirdo? Here we go.
How do you guys handle things when they're
like Joe Rogan's got it resting on his weird fucking shaped bald head, like shiny as a motherfucker up here, leather resting headphones in the back. What are you doing, Zuckerberg? Like, wow, no, I've got to wear these like antenna, like I'm going fast.
a big news item that's controversial? Like there was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story. The New York
we
Post.
have that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter.
Mark, the answer is fucking yes. Yes, you censored it. That's what you did. You're going to explain how you censored it. But Joe asked you a very straightforward question. You know, like you're always getting something like bullshitty. And I know this is going to bite me in the ass because I'm sure there's a ton of clips of me doing this. But so you did this. So we did it a little bit differently. Yes, you fucking did. Yes, we censored it. That's all you had to say. Of course you did.
I mean, basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like you should be on high alert. There was we thought that there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election.
Fuck the FBI. It is not their job to police information or misinformation. You know what has never been in the FBI's job description? Well, we need to make sure the people are talking about the right thing. This fucking concept that the government has any place ever to tell us what is proper to believe, listen to, what is reliable, what is authoritative. Fuck you. Never. If there's some guy who's out there and he's like, you know what? You know what you need to do? If you want to cure your AIDS, all you do is fist yourself until you prolapse. That's what he gets to say. And there's no government that comes out and says, you know what? Actually, that sounds really unhealthy. There's all sorts of bacteria. There's tearing that can happen. Oh my God. Like you're really going to injure. No. You get to say it. You get to do it. Everybody else on earth can come out and be like, that guy's retarded. What a fucking idiot. Don't listen to this motherfucker. He's a weirdo. He's just trying to get you to fist yourself because he finds it funny or because he thinks he's right. It doesn't matter what the motive is. Everybody else gets to do that. The government absolutely never does. Never. If you want to be like, COVID-19's fake, the government doesn't get to stop you. If you want to be Anthony Fauci's gay and loves little children, the government cannot stop you from that. Can't do it. That's not their role ever. Fauci sniffing the buttholes of little boys all over the place. I know this for a fact. He definitely did it. He was walking down my street just sniffing buttholes of children all over the place. I got my gun out, but he had already moved on, doing this weird like turkey motion the whole time, trying to get closer to the butthole. You get to say it. You get to fucking say it. You get to say all of the things. What you don't get to do is have the government come in and stop you. That is the opposite. That is the antithesis of freedom. And the FBI being like, you need to be on the lookout for this thing. No, fuck you. Mark Zuckerberg should have told his employees that if the FBI ever comes and tells us to be wary of something, here's what I want you to do. I'm like, look, the FBI, I need you to be really respectful. What I need you to do is pull your pants down, get your dick out, piss on them and say, fuck you, you glowing Fed, get out of my goddamn office. That's the only proper response to the government speech policing ever. Get the fuck out. I will determine what is valuable. I will determine what is rational. I have a mind that gets to take facts, process them, and determine the truth behind them. And sometimes maybe I'm the fucking idiot. That's okay. You get to be dumb. You get to be wrong. You get to be misled. And if you don't get these things, you are not free. And you've never been free in your entire fucking life if someone has curated information to you to determine how you think. We see it all the time. The government does this in every goddamn sector on the planet. They do it over and over. The public school is their fucking bukkake of misinformation and disinformation and controlled narrative. We don't let them do it anywhere else. Like, if you want to send your fucking kid to have the government cum information all over them, that's on you. I'm done with them. I'm done with their fucking politics. I'm done with their fucking discussions of religion and history and writing their own ticket. Fuck you. Look, I would love to send my children to the school so they can learn about how the Joe Biden presidency was ordained on high by fucking God. But I don't want to do that anymore because maybe I think Muhammad Ali is in control of everything with his Parkinson's riddled ass and he's just shaking the earth up. That's what I want to believe. That's why there's earthquakes in California, because Muhammad Ali grabbed it by its tits and he's shaking the shit out of it because he can't stop. He can't stop. He's got the Parkinson's. Him and Michael J. Fox, if they got together, holy shit, they would rock tumble everything around them. The fucking desert would be smooth if those two motherfuckers were humping in it. You get to say and believe anything you want, even if it's fucking wrong, and the government doesn't get to tell you what it is. And the fact that we have so many people coming up being like, you know what, I really want the government to tell me, I really want them to warn me about misinformation. What if Russia says the wrong thing? Who fucking cares? I don't care. Like, based take, very dangerous. Russia lied to me. Oh no. They said it was warm. They said it was warm, but I watched Rocky IV and I know the fucking truth. It wasn't warm. It was never warm. It's always cold. There's ice all over those motherfuckers. They're like, well, we're very warm here. -20 below is very good. No, fuck Russia. I don't care what they say. Like, I never cared. Well, they're going to lie to people. Good. Lie to everybody. Lie all over the place. You have the right to lie. You have the right, more importantly, to be lied to. And you want the right to be lied to. You know why? Because you like watching pornography. You like watching, like, let's get less extreme. You like watching a movie. The right to be lied to is a critical part of the American free experience. And you think I'm exaggerating or joking here, but go ask people in countries where everything is censored. They don't get the right to watch the same movies or TV as you because those contain disapproved information. Fuck your disapproval. And fuck you for suggesting that you can disapprove of what I do, think, consume, believe. If you want to believe that, like, Meghan McCain is a 10, go do it. She's fat, she's gross, she's dumb, but if she's your 10, you go get it, king. Go slay that fucking dragon. The problem is you'll have tons of meat left over to sell afterwards. You want to do it? Go do it. Nobody gets to stop you. Let's go back to this. Let's go back to this fucking weird. This is one of the most powerful men on the planet. This is the man who controls the news for 80% of like the world's consumption of it. Talking about how some FBI agent, by the way, do you know what FBI agents make? It's not that much. 70 grand a year. Some guy wearing shitty Ray-Bans in a badly tailored suit walked in to Mark Zuckerberg's house. Mark Zuckerberg makes that guy's annual salary by taking a shit. This guy says, listen here, there's going to be some stuff coming down. We need you to watch out for it. And Mark's like, yeah, whoa, oh my God, we'll be on high alert. What the fuck are you doing? Imagine, if you will, that you are sitting in your house and a Burger King janitor comes in, is like, hey, brother, like walks into your house uninvited, just walks in. He's like, there's going to be some propaganda coming from McDonald's. They're going to tell you that their fries are better than ours. Just want you to know. That's a lie. That's bullshit. Like, you know what? Yeah, you're fucking right. I mean, that's weird. Why would they do that? Why would they lie to people about, why would they suggest that their thing is better than your thing? I mean, that's crazy. And that's you believing it. And you're giving this guy the time of day instead of just doing what's proper, listening to Joe Biden, cocking the shotgun, putting it in his ass and pulling the trigger. Get the fuck out of my house, you weird janitor. Go away. I didn't invite you in here. Why are you licking my bathroom floor? That's what's happening. Mark Zuckerberg. This guy makes a house a minute in income. Like your house. Let's wait. Here we go. Mark Zuckerberg just made enough money to buy it. Oh, he just made enough money to double the size of it. Like that. It's unfathomable. And then some weirdo making $70K a year because he also speaks Spanish, walks into the fucking, he got a 4-year degree and he also speaks Spanish. He walks into this guy's house. He's like, by the way, you got to listen to what I have to say. And Mark's like, yeah. Oh God, that suit doesn't even fit. I can see your gun bulge and your vaginal mound coming out of that thing. Yeah, I should definitely listen to you. Fuck these people. Fuck these people. Anyway, here we go.
We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So our protocol is different from Twitter's. What Twitter did is they said you can't share this at all. We didn't do that.
We didn't do that. What he's about to lay out is how they let you share it. They just didn't let it actually get shared. Amazing. Fucking amazing. This is how he's going to justify Facebook's version of censorship was, well, you can share it, just no one will ever see it.
What we do is we have, if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false.
Snopes.com, the ultimate in third-party fact-checking What third-party fact-checking program, Mark? Like, what was it? What is the thing that you rely on to determine what is true and false? That's what I want to know. You just said a third-party fact-checking program. That could literally be, that could be Eric. That could be Eric from the barbecue place. Not the guy who works there, but the guy who's always depressingly there with no food in front of him. He's just like sitting there on his phone because it's the only place with free Wi-Fi. Like that could be your fact check. I don't know who it is. I don't know what third-party fact-checking thing is. I don't trust any third-party fact checkers. Washington Post. Oh, I don't trust theirs. I don't trust Snopes. I don't trust New York Times. I don't trust LA Times. I don't trust any. I will look at the fact check and verify independently whether I believe it or not. That's how I view a fact check. I don't trust a third. Who is it? Who's your third party fact checker? You're like, wow, we got this third party fact checker. That's who's deciding. We don't want to decide what's true and false. We'll rely on this other person's opinion that we pay. Like, Put me in charge. Mark Zuckerberg, heartfelt. Mark, for $7 million a year, I will fact check anything you want in my off time. Just the measly price. I know you pay more than this. Like whatever you want, no matter the volume. I'll hire interns. Whatever. It's cool. $7 million a year, Mark. I'm way cheaper. I'm way smarter. I'm cooler than whoever it is. And I'll do it while drunk. Will they? Will your other company do it while drinking liquor? No, I will, Mark. That's in the service level agreement. That there will be 4 typos per response because I'm slurring via text. Anytime, girl. I'll stop calling you an android too, but that'll cost you an extra $2 million a year. So we're at $9 million a year. I can't wait. I can't wait for my $9 million a year. Is this dumb motherfucker pays some stupid drunk lawyer on YouTube to fact check everything? Because it would be better than whatever they use. That's the sad part. Okay, here we go.
False. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false.
It was literally never being determined whether the Hunter Biden laptop story was false. Stop it. There was never a determination that it was false or true. What there was 5 to 7 days to kill the momentum of the story. That's all there was. That's the only authentication anyone did was do not publish this, because if people see this shit, they will not vote for our sacred cow and Donald Trump will win. There was a study done after the election that suggested if Democrat voters knew about the Hunter Biden laptop story, there was a sufficient number of them, according to the study, that would just not have voted. And it was enough to turn the entire election around in basically every battleground state plus non-battleground states. It would have looked like a Reagan map. It would have looked like, God damn it. It would have looked like a Katy Perry maxi pad. That's how much fucking red there would have been on the fucking map if they would have let the Hunter Biden story go. That's what the poll suggested. The national level poll that said, if you knew about the Hunter Biden laptop, would you have voted for Joe Biden? No. No. It was such a resounding no that it would have turned almost every state red. Fair and balanced. Baby, you're a firework. By the way, this is an independent shout out. He never asked me to do this, but if he did, I would. One of the greatest covers that exists on the internet, covers of a song, is actually John Parr, the singer of St. Elmo's Fire for the show St. Elmo's Fire, covering Firework by Katy Perry. It's available on YouTube. I'm telling you, you cannot go fucking wrong listening to John Parr sing Firework. Holy shit. Not JonTron. I don't care about fucking JonTron. John Parr. JonTron's an internet weirdo. He can do whatever he wants. They're funny covers of Firework. This one's an actual good one that is shocking because if you know who John Parr is, it's not his style at all. Parr, John Parr. All right, here we go. This is a fence jumper bourbon whiskey. I'm supposed to do this as a shot. All right. Tug. What's up, Tug? Hey, what's up? Good logic, Joe. First of all, Tug, that's not a paid plug. You're slipping. No, brother, I'm winning the Grifties 2022, my friend. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you need to, we need to solidify and fortify this election. Let me bring it up here. You go to grifties.com. You will see the 2022 Grifties. The voting is going on right now. That's right. Number 1, Nick Rekieta. Voting for myself because a true grifter always votes for himself. Beating out Justin Trudeau. Number 3, making big moves, Jack Murphy. Trying to get that beard wet with anal juice. I am number 1 on the Grifties. I'm beating Fauci, Zelensky, Jussie Smollett, Nancy Pelosi, Don Lemon, Neil Young, The Rock, Gavin Newsom, Sticks, Hex, and Hammers, Cat. Number 1, though. You can check it out at grifties.com. I am currently winning. So, Tug, I'm not slipping, brother. The only thing I'm slipping into is the number 1 slot. And man, do I love slipping into slots. Oh, shit, I'm supposed to drink this as a shot. Oh, that's actually really good. Hold on. I'll drink this as a shot in a second. I need to give this a little proper attention. Holy fuck. Okay. Let me get some of the alcohol out of there. All right. I like it. Look, I don't know how to describe this. Floral notes. No, I don't know what notes are. I do legitimately smell corn, though. So that's kind of cool. But it's pleasant. It's not too alcoholic. Bernie Sanders. Hold on. Oh, yeah. That is a surprisingly good whiskey. Damn. It is smoky, a little bit, kind of like an Isla Scotch, but on a bourbon, which is good. This is different, but it's good. God, that's actually really fucking good. This is like a $50 bottle. It's not an expensive whiskey. Wow, I'm a believer. Damn. All right. Anyway, to Joe, I owe you a massive apology, brother. You were going to come on my show yesterday, and I was on a show with Nina Infinity that went for 9 hours, and I canceled my own show that you were going to be on. I do apologize, my friend. We need to hang out very, very soon. And I will, of course, find a day when I can come on your show. You can come on my show either that day or some other day. My humblest apologies. I did name you as Treasury Secretary of my cabinet. Invite Joe on now? What the fuck? No, I'm going to do it. No. I appreciate the raid, but he can stay humbly in the background. But I want to have Joe on for a full show, not like the end of a show. That's crazy. No apology needed, brother. I'm flattered that you didn't schedule Lucas against me. Yeah, no, I didn't want to do that. I did not. I was he's like, can we do 9? I'm like, oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. All right, here we go. We're going to do the full shot. This is the fault of not Brandon Lesko. That is a remarkably smooth whiskey. There was no problem with that shot at all. Holy fuck. That's a good whiskey. I don't want to drink any more of that, though. I don't want to drink a lot tonight. I drank a lot last night, and I drank a lot the night before. And I was looking, and I'm like, that's a lot of liquor. I need to maybe not drink that much. So we're going to put that away for a little bit. Fair and Balanced says, what's this shit? I got to fight Megan every day. That's gay, Mr. President. Look, Farron, you wanted a cardio program. I got you one. You and Megan Fox have to fight, have to mud wrestle, whatever. We're going to have different combat events every single day. But yeah, you gotta fight. You gotta keep what you kill. You gotta earn that shit. You want to be the press secretary of this administration? You two have to fight to the almost death every single day. How does it compare to others you're familiar with? Dude, this is again, these people probably hate me because it's like they have organic whiskey like as the top thing. They would probably hate me if they knew who I was. That's a really fucking good whiskey. That's really fucking good. I like it a lot. All right, let's finish this up. Shit, let's get back to the robot.
The distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still.
The distribution was decreased, but people are still allowed to share it. So again, you can share it, but no one can fucking see it.
Allowed to share it. So you could still share it. You could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is,
you can consume it. It wouldn't show up in your feed, but if you went to someone's feed who did happen to share it, then you could consume it from there. Like if you took all of the effort, kind of like if you just went to Google and Googled Hunter Biden laptop and went and found it for yourself, that's what you had to do on Facebook. You had to go find it somewhere because it wasn't given to you. That's what he just said it. Did they censor the story? Yes. Well, not like Twitter. Twitter didn't allow you to send. We allowed you to share it. We just didn't tell anybody that you did.
is decreased.
It got shared.
How does that work?
It basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So fewer people.
A little bit less. Let's hear fewer people got to see it. Let's hear what that qualifies as.
People saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely.
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head, but it's meaningful.
By what percentage? Well, I don't know, but it's meaningful. Oh, what's a meaningfully less number, Mark? What is it? Is it 5%? Is that meaningful? Because to me, that's too much. To me, changing anything on the algorithm for distribution based on the content that you have pre-selected, not like this person's not interested in politics, so I won't distribute politics to them. That's a reasonable algorithmic thing. But to say, this person is interested in politics, but the FBI told me this might be weird, therefore I won't distribute it to the person who is interested in this stuff. If it's 1%, it's too much. It's too much. Content neutral. Viewpoint neutral. The only algorithmic decisions that should be made by this platform is, are you interested in the subject? Politics, Joe Biden, election 2020, whatever those overlapping subjects are. Mark Zuckerberg is here telling us there are people who are interested in politics, in the election, and in Joe Biden specifically, who did not get this. And it was a meaningful amount. That is a criminal act, in my opinion. And he can't tell us how many. But again, let's be very fucking clear. 1% is too many. There should be no involvement, no active involvement in the distribution of information. The algorithm determines what people want to see based on the subject matter, not the specific subject, the subject matter of a piece. Is this a piece about entertainment? Is this a piece about movies? Is this a piece about dancing? I went on TikTok today. I've never had TikTok in my life. I went on TikTok today, and there's the hot mom bod challenge or whatever, where a woman stands in like loose fitting clothing, and then all of a sudden she's in a swimsuit. And she might be like sexy because she's like 35 plus. She might be sexy or she might be fat. You don't know because she's in frumpy clothes and then suddenly she's in a bikini. TikTok is the most vapid bullshit on the planet. And so I'm like, what is this? But like, if you're interested in hot mom bod, like if that's what it doesn't matter what the hot mom bod content is. It should distribute that to you irregardless, or wait, no, regardless, not irregardless. That's a fake word. Regardless of what the actual content of the hot mom bod thing is. So long as it's a hot mom bod vid, it should come to your inbox if that's what you want to see. For the record, I don't want to see any of that shit. Most of them completely unimpressive. One or two of them smoking hot. But the amount of these things that I fucking got in the 5 seconds I'm on TikTok, it's like, you know what you want to see is 39-year-old stomachs. Like, no, actually, guess what? I don't want to see that. I have a 40-year-old stomach attached to my fucking body. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see any other stomachs of comparable age, whether it's male or female. No, I don't want this. All I want to watch is people get like kicked by cops or run over by a car or thrown off of a fucking building or fall off a snowmobile. Like, where's that? Like, I saw a video of a woman getting attacked by a fox in the middle of New York. That's hilarious. Yeah. Have a rabid fox, and then she punts that motherfucker and it goes flying. I want that all day. I don't want a 40-year-old stomach. I have one. I can just go look down when I take a piss, or I could go look in the mirror if I'm really bored. Like, I don't need to go on TikTok for this. I'm going to post a video of my fucking stomach on TikTok. Be like, here's what you wanted to see. Like, what weirdos are these people? Stop it. Oh, here we go.
But I mean, but basically, a lot of people were still able to share it. We got a lot of complaints that was the case. Obviously, this is a hyper political issue. So depending on what side of the political spectrum you either think we didn't say.
It wasn't a hyper political issue. That's the crazy thing. It was a fucking news story. It's not political if there's government corruption involved. I know that sounds weird, but it doesn't matter that it was Joe Biden. And every one of these fucking cucks ran every Emoluments Clause violation story against Donald Trump that they could. Every one of them. Did Facebook ever hire a lawyer to say, yeah, actually, Donald Trump owning a hotel and a Scottish princess, I don't know, I'm making that up, staying at the hotel is not actually a violation of the Emoluments Clause? None of them did. Not one. They just ran the story. None of them thought, well, it might be politically sensitive to accuse the president of violating a clause of the Constitution. When the Emoluments Clause, if you don't know, let me man, lawyer, super handsome guy explain this to you. You giant group of women out there who are emoluments. What's that? Is that how I buy more purses? No, that's how I buy you more purses, sweetie. Now, here's what it is. The Emoluments Clause says that no president or really any other elected official or appointed official can be loyal to both the United States and some foreign entity. That's the shorthand version of it. But what it specifically says is that no elected official can be in the employ of the United States government and a foreign monarchy, basically. Because thinking about when this was written, there weren't a lot of democracies or republics running around. What they did was they said, if you were a senator and you received money from the King of fucking England, and you had a job in England that you didn't have to go to, but you got paid for, right? Maybe you weren't a reliable advocate for your constituency, which would be the state, because you're a senator, the state that you were in. So if you were the senator of Georgia, but you also had like a castle given to you by the king, by King George in Edinburgh or something. I don't know. That's Scotland. I don't know where they give castles. Who cares? I just give people castles that I don't own. So you get a castle. It's in Italy. Go get it. Go get it, brother. If anybody's in there, just use a shotgun. Clean them out. You could not be taking money from the Tsarina of Italy if you're a fucking congressman or maybe the president, that would be a violation of the Emoluments Clause. What it did not consider was the idea that the president may own like a tobacco farm and that King George might buy a shipment of tobacco for his men who are going on a campaign in Canada to try and make it less gay, for hypothetically. That's not an Emoluments Clause violation. It never has been. The president being an independent businessman is actually something that's existed for a while because you kind of need to be independent of a whole bunch of shit to become the president of the United States. You need resources and you need to not be beholden to someone else. So like you selling your goods and them incidentally ending up in the hand of a foreign power, that's just part of business. And it doesn't mean the foreign power owns you. The Emoluments Clause is specifically about you being not only employed by the U.S. government, but also being employed by a foreign government to the point where you would have loyalties to a foreign power. Now, they tried to pin on Trump the fact that literally some Scottish delegation came and stayed at Mar-a-Lago. Now, they stayed there because there's a golf course and Scots are weird and gay for golf. That's what they wanted. So they're like, oh my God, or not Mar-a-Lago, but the hotel or whatever. Like, that's Trump is now beholden to Scotland. Is there any evidence that Trump acted on Scotland's behalf? Like that this was that this was in any way a danger to the people of the United States? No, of course not. They don't have anything. Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, Twitter, no one hired a lawyer to say, yeah, this is definitely not an emoluments violation. They just ran the stories. They distributed them without effort. Hunter Biden laptop comes in. What do? Whoa, we need a third-party fact checker. The FBI warned us about this. We need to reduce distribution. We wouldn't want misinformation to get out there. Every Emoluments Clause story you've seen, and by the way, they were published by the New York Times, New York Post, Washington Times, Wall Street Journal, LA Times, everybody ever, the Utah City Times or whatever, all of them published stories about how Trump was violating the Emoluments Clause. You know what has never come up? Not in his impeachment, not in a court case, never. The Emoluments Clause has never actually come up as a serious issue. But every news publication on earth has published a story specifically about how Trump was definitely in violation of the Emoluments Clause. And he never was. Not one of them bothered to hire a fact checker or a lawyer or anyone to suggest maybe this is hyperbolic. All right, here we go.
Censor it enough or censored it way too much, but
Right.
but we weren't sort of as black and white about it as Twitter. We just kind of thought,
Very
hey,
racist.
look, if the FBI, which I still view as a legitimate institution in this country, it's
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. The FBI is no longer a legitimate institution in this country. The FBI is a weaponized political arm. And it has been for a long time. Long before Biden, by the way. Before Trump, before Obama. The FBI has been a weaponized thing. It's not a legitimate institution. Federal prosecutions are inherently political. Change my fucking mind.
It's like very professional law enforcement.
Nope.
They come to us and tell us that we need to be on guard about something, then I want to take that seriously.
Did they
Never do
specifically
it.
say you need to be on guard about that story?
No, I don't remember if it was that specifically, but it basically fit the pattern.
There you go. There you go. It basically fit the pattern, though. I don't know if it was that, but it basically fit the pattern. You know what that means? It definitely was that. That's what it was. 100% it was a Hunter Biden laptop story. That they walked into Facebook and said, we know this is going to drop. And you know how they knew that the Hunter Biden laptop story was going to drop? Because, of course, they were monitoring all this stuff. We know they were monitoring all of it. Radial Spheres, or no, wait, Powbong says that was a yes without a yes. Of course it was. Because he knew, of course they knew it was. Of course they came in and said, yeah, this is the story. This is coming straight out of Russia. right? Russia. We know Russia was involved in 2016. By the way, there's literally no proof. There's no credible assertion that Russia had a meaningful impact on the 2016 election. Did Russia make statements about the 2016 election? Of course, everybody did. All foreign countries made some sort of statement. Russia, we know they employed people to try and infiltrate places like Facebook, to try and post shit for whatever reason. The idea that other countries have some sort of say in the US election by by literally just saying something and even paying for it. I hate to say this is very uncomfortable for some people. That's free speech. That's legitimately free speech. It's political speech. Another country can pay someone to say that they do like this and they don't like that. They can do that. Very uncomfortable. It's very hard for people to reconcile what freedom really means. But freedom really means that, yes, a foreign government can say something about our electoral process. They can pay for it. It can be a lie. And you still have to let it happen. That's the crazy thing about it. That's the scary part of freedom. Freedom has always been risky. Freedom has always been scary. Freedom is the boogeyman of the insecure. Freedom is the boogeyman of the leftist in 2022 because they are insecure. They know their power and their stranglehold on it is fleeting. It's attached to a narrative that they've worked very hard to sell. And the only thing you have to undo to topple them is just poke one hole in the narrative that gets distribution. That's literally it. That's all it takes. Now, leftism, rightism, neither of these are inherently correct. But leftism in 22 is threatened by anybody who just says, no, I don't believe you. That's it. That's enough to censor you. That's enough to stop you. That's enough to criminally prosecute you. That's how terrifying they are. And that's how weak their stranglehold on information is. And they know it. Rain says, no, rightism is correct, Nick. Rightism might be correct now, but rightism hasn't always been correct. They get corrupt with power too. These are the same breed of people. The same breed. They will always take their power too far. Okay, here we go. What do we got? Fuck me. Where am I? Shit. Brandon Lesko says, I blackfaced out. What happened? Do we need more shots? Nope. I'm good. I'm good on liquor, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for exposing me to this terrific whiskey that I bought and was sitting in my kitchen. CBDX.com says, we love you. Nose at checkout is 20% off. Guys, you can go to CBDX.com for all of your legal Delta 8, probably HHC or whatever needs. Delta 8 that will apparently get you high. You can go to CBDX.com. You can use nose at checkout. Get yourself 20% off legal THC products. They also said, we love you. Zuckerberg is a liar. And also nose is 20% off our Delta 8 and HHC products. There it is, HHC. Very good. I don't know. And, again, like I'm a lightweight. As I described the other day, I had 2 gummies and it was a fucking disaster. They were 10 milligrams each, 20 milligrams. Don't do that. You got to build up a tolerance. But if you go to CBDX.com, you can explore how to build up that tolerance in a meaningful and reliable way, and you can get yourself a discount by just typing nose at checkout. Jackson Kai says, Zuckerberg is really saying we paid political allies tons of money to fact check our political opponents in order to have plausible deniability when we censored people critical of our manipulation of election information. Correct. Fair and balanced. I did not start speaking in tongues. That would have taken way too much effort. I just sat there going, I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired. That's all I did. Dr. D's Nuts is correct. He says Nick's wife drove for him. That's right. I became Joe Neerman. Downtown Minneapolis. I'm like, girl, I can't drive this car. I can't do it. It took me like 30 minutes to book a hotel on my phone. It probably didn't, but it felt like that. And I'm like, I can't drive to the hotel. Can you drive the 1 mile away? Yeah, I can. What is the date for the gummy videos? I learned that I can't do 20 milligrams. So Minnesota is 5 milligrams is the regulated amount. That's the low amount of THC you'll get in any gummy. 4 of those things I'm fucking taught like I'm trashed. I wouldn't even end the stream and just go on forever. I'd probably wander off into the wilderness, jerk off in the woods or something. I don't know. Can't do it. Patty Leather says weed is gay. Yes, I agree with you. I didn't like it. I don't like it. I don't like that feeling. I don't like a bunch of shit about it. I was trying. I'm like, well, I'm going to try this out. It's legal in my state by accident, so I'm going to try it. No, not a big fan. Okay. Hung Fat, I didn't miss your super chat. Your super chat wasn't high enough for me to read yet. I don't think. I'll check. No, $5? What is this? You get read later. I'm a grifter here. I'm trying to win the Grifties 2020. If I stop and read every $5 super chat, what would I be? What would I be? Yellow Flash? No, thank you. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, I have one more part of this topic. Damn you. Let's go, Brandon. Getting me fucking drunk. It's not what I was trying to do here. Here we go. Let me get this. I got to get this comment up here. That's what we're doing now. This is the most important thing. I responded. Okay. 2 things. This first comment is actually a friendly-ish comment that I'm going to address because it's really important. So on Monday, today's Thursday. I did a new show Wednesday. Tuesday, I did a show about Kiwi Farms, the Trump warrant, and stuff like that. And this person, Jonathan Cast, who is a subscriber for a year, and I have no beef with them. Okay? No beef with Jonathan Cast. Okay? But they said something that is troublesome, and I want to address it. All right? So this is not a shame. The next comment thing I read is a shame thing. This one is not. Jonathan Cass says, Nick's position on search and seizure is so extreme, I would actually rule out any law enforcement investigation at all. First of all, yes, my position on search and seizure is the most extreme it can be. It complies directly with the founders when they wrote the 4th Amendment. That's my position on search and seizure. It is that extreme. I believe fully in what the founders put down on paper. And I do not believe a bunch of bullshit that followed. I'm an extremist on your right to privacy from your government, 100%. After all, how can the government get a warrant without someone reporting something to them by swearing to an affidavit? No, of course they can. Like, that's the only way to get a warrant. It says it in the Constitution. On oath or affirmation. They have to swear to it in an affidavit. So that is correct. They have to do that. It's written down on paper. But Nick's interpretation of what a search is so strong, it definitely should. I don't get this. If he was logically consistent, include the government reading a report made to them or accepting a sworn affidavit. No, this is not correct. And this is the flaw in your logic, Jonathan, again, who I love. A search is something that is not voluntarily given by the searched. So if someone swears on oath or affirmation and gives it to the government, reading their oath or affirmation is not a search. It is a consensual look at a thing that is given to them. This is where your logic fails. And since all searches are presumptively unreasonable, by the way, do you know where I got I didn't come up with the idea that all searches are presumptively unreasonable. I didn't come up with that. I'm smart. I'm not that smart. That was the United States Supreme Court. Any search without a warrant is presumptively unreasonable. Therefore, you have probable cause plus the warrant requirement or a valid exception to the warrant requirement. Searches by the government of your shit are presumptively unreasonable. They have to justify it. They must go and say to the court and say, we had probable cause to search and either a warrant that we got permission for in advance or a valid exception for, which we get permission for after the fact. Hot pursuit, exigent circumstances, plain view. These are things that are exceptions to the warrant requirement. The mobility exception, which is why they can always search a car without a search warrant, which I disagree with. I don't think the founders would have liked that, but they say the mobility exception is a warrant exception. But that's not me. That's the Supreme fucking Court of the United States. Katz versus the United States. It's one of the landmark Fourth Amendment cases. Learn Katz. Learn it. Guys, look. I'm not like Kurt. I don't have encyclopedic knowledge of the founders and all this stuff. But what I can tell you is this much. My final paper in law school, my thesis, my law review article, basically, but I didn't ask for it to be published, was the Fourth Amendment in the digital surveillance age. That was it. I have thoroughly and fully researched Fourth Amendment jurisprudence from 1956, I think, which is Katz, through 2015 when I wrote the article. Or when I wrote the paper. And I did a lot of fucking research. And this is you can find Fourth Amendment cases before Katz, but Katz is what defines the modern era of the Fourth Amendment. It is what defines how we look at searches, seizures, warrants, exceptions. All of that is in Katz. That framework is what is the basis of everything that comes after, everything that we use right now. I didn't make that phrase up. It's there because that's what the Supreme Court used to say. All right, here we go. That means if you file a police report and the cops read it, doing so is presumptively unreasonable unless they get a warrant first. Nope, because you don't need a warrant or even probable cause if you have consent of the search. Which is why you should never give them fucking consent, ever. Don't consent to the cop search of you. Don't do it. Even they're gonna search you. You can't stop them, but don't consent to it because you might have a legal defense later. They may be justified, they may not. Which they can't do because they have no probable cause on which a warrant can be issued. Oh, Jesus Christ. If they don't have probable cause, they can't do a search. But what he's talking about, of course, is the reading of the police report, which is not a search in any way, never was. This is a faulty argument. It is much more reasonable to me to say that the Fourth Amendment only restricts law enforcement activities which would, in fact, be illegal if done by someone who doesn't work for the government. This is all of them. I'm with you, brother. This is all of them. You think you can just walk around someone's house and stare in their windows and do you, honestly, you're like, well, I'm in the curtilage, so I can look in their windows and see if I see anything illegal in there. You can just walk around the backyard of someone. There's no fence. I can just stand in the backyard of someone's house. I can fly my helicopter over their house and look in through a skylight at them. I can do that as a normal person. That's what I can do. No, but the government can. I can put a thermal imaging camera on someone's house every single day forever. and determine if the light coming out of their house on the thermal imaging camera is more than what is normal for a normal house. You do that as a normal person, you get a harassment charge. Someone will come tell you to fuck off. The government gets to do it every day. Just walk around smelling around someone's doors. Try that. You know what? When they get out of their car, go up and smell their asshole. Just smells like weed. Just try that, because that's what a canine unit will do. But you can't. I'm sorry, my friend. This would be a more strict standard than what we have. Rather than saying literally anything a cop does is presumptively unreasonable. No, again, let's go. Sorry for using the Supreme Court's words that all searches are presumptively unreasonable. I'll try to do better next time. Cats versus United States, homie. I can't express enough. Everything the government does to you, let's get big on this. Let's get erect. Everything the government does to the citizenry is presumptively unreasonable, and they have to justify it against your rights. Like, the government might have justification to take your house through eminent domain against your will. But a government taking a house from you is presumptively unreasonable until the government proves that it has the ability to infringe your right. The government stopping you from speaking is presumptively unreasonable 100% of the time. Now, maybe you're defaming someone. Maybe you're issuing a genuine threat of violence, and then the government has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that your words are criminal. Or in the case of defamation, since it's civil, they have to prove that it's more likely than not that your words are defamatory and therefore not protected by free speech principles. Yes, everything the government does to a citizen is presumptively unreasonable, and they need a justification for everything. I don't know how to tell people this because we've gotten it so fucking backwards. We think that the government exists and that the Constitution stops them from time to time. No, the Constitution allows the government and tells them precisely how to do the things that might infringe our rights. And it tells them, unless you can meet this bar, you cannot infringe the right of the citizenry ever. You cannot put them in prison until you prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they violated a crime, a statute of which that was passed by constitutional methods and then found by the courts to be constitutional. All of that has to occur before you can deprive someone of liberty. All of that has to occur before you can deprive someone of a cup of water. If a cop comes up to you and says you can't drink that cup of water, he's deprived you of a civil right, a property interest that you have in that cup of water, and he has to justify it. It's amazing what people have just given into. Well, I think the government can do this to me. Your perspective is incorrect. Humbly and with respect, you need to correct it. The government cannot do this unless they can justify every act against me because they serve me. All of the power that they have is derived from me granting it to them. That's in the Bill of Rights. You give the government the power to do these things, and anything you don't give them, you keep for you, which means that everything they do has to be justified. And if it's not justified, fuck off forever. Okay, next. This is the one I really wanted to get into. Well, I've got two. One's super short. I got a couple of these comments on my Bidenomics gas thing where I was in Iowa and I found gas that was right around $4. I was super happy. Or moved to San Diego, California, where it costs $5.50 a gallon, but people don't care. They literally do care, but the median income in San Diego is much higher than in Iowa, but they'd still care. Drive less, walk, bike. Come on, be a little creative. Gas should cost $10 per gallon. Can you imagine shoving this many fucking dildos into your ass? Gas should cost more. I should pay more to exist. Biden is too conservative. Mind you, the context of this, which I'm pretty sure I said in the video, I was driving from Minnesota to Florida. So you're right. I'll walk from Minnesota to Florida next time. Why didn't I think of that? Not only would I walk, I'd also have to carry my 5 children and wife. I'd have to carry them along because I couldn't drive my car because it's too expensive. Okay, here we go. This is the schizo post of the day. This is the schizo post of the day. And it goes on. I have a back and forth with this person. We're not going to go through all of the back and forth because there's some basic things that we get in the first couple posts, and that's what I'll talk about. So this is in response to my video that Marjorie Taylor Greene is being manipulated into censoring Kiwi Farms because she is, by, I don't know, people who either don't know or don't like Kiwi Farms, don't know, don't care what the reason is. She's being manipulated into censorship. Or she's retarded. One of the two. I don't know which one it is. I'm going to default and say she doesn't know anything about Kiwi Farms or the internet in general. Some advisor has misinformed her. So this person says, Kiwi Farms is known for insane stalking, false swatting. What's a false swatting? And is causing some people to commit suicide. Okay, so we've got the buzzwords out there immediately. And yet it sounds as if you're defending that because of a person's past, which I doubt you even prove here, as if it automatically justifies what happened to these people. Okay, first of all, what they're talking about is my discussion of Keffels. Keffels is a disgusting, degenerate monster who appears to be a groomer who preys on children based on the words of Keffels. Okay? That has nothing to do with Kiwi Farms' speech being fully fucking protected. I don't care if Keffels is a goddamn saint and Kiwi Farms says stuff about Keffels that is wrong. I don't care if Keffels is a child murderer and Kiwi Farms says stuff about Keffels murdering children. It doesn't matter. Like, whatever they say, like, they get to say it because free speech exists and is a principle that goes beyond the correctness of the speech. Okay? And what Kiwi Farms says or doesn't say about Keffels or anyone else is irrelevant to what should happen to these people. Keffels belongs in a fucking wood chipper by every account I've seen. Get the fuck out. Go away. Weirdo. Groomer. Child predator. Don't trust you. Go away. Prove me wrong. Fine. But I'm not using Kiwi Farms' words on this. I'm using what I've seen from Keffels. My opinion is that Keffels is a dangerous and gross person. They get the right to be dangerous and gross, and I get the right to say, oh, God, go away forever. I'm not the government. I'm not censoring them. I'm not calling for anything to happen to them. In fact, I think my life would be the exact same if something did or didn't happen to Keffels. And I would prefer that no one gets murdered. You know what I would really prefer, though? I would prefer that no children get groomed by fucking weirdos on the internet. Ever. 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 That's what I would prefer. So try not grooming children. That would be the ultimate best outcome for everybody, in my humble opinion. But I'm not calling for anything to happen to Keffels. I don't care. If Keffels lives or dies tomorrow, my day, like, I didn't even hear this person before a week ago. I don't know. I don't want them to die. I don't want them to live. I don't want either thing. They're neutral and ambivalent to me. Pointless. It's not about Keffels. This is about speech. Kiwi Farms has a right to exist because it's just a forum where people go and say things. People get to say almost anything except things that fall outside of the bounds of free speech. Credible threats of violence against a person that are intended to be threats. These are not protected speech. That is unlawful. It is prosecutable. And if you do that and you're prosecuted and you are guilty, then you should go to prison. That's one. Defamation, not a prison sentence, a civil issue, right? You don't get to defame someone. That's not free speech. Child pornography, guess what? Not free speech. You don't get to exploit children who have no right to contract in their sexual exploitation. Just exploit 19-year-olds or whatever you want to do, like people who have the ability to contract that our society has determined are the appropriate age to contract. Exploit them all you want. Get them to sell themselves. That's how America operates. And it's not the worst. In fact, it's counterintuitively the best system ever devised by man is that at some point you get to decide when to sell yourself. That is the ideal system that humanity has ever operated under. And it's weird that that's the best, but it just is. You're of age, you're of legal age to consent to sell yourself. You want to go do porn or prostitution? I'm not going to stop. I'll suggest to you, probably not the best thing. Probably not good. Not good for you, not good for other people, but I can't stop you. I certainly can't employ the government to stop you. It's fucking, well, except in prostitution, which I don't believe should be a crime, even though I think it's inherently wrong. But a lot of things I think are inherently wrong shouldn't be criminal acts, like voting for Joe Biden, for example. All right, here we go. Back to this. I'm going to tangent a lot here. Kiwi Farm. Yeah. There is no free speech for that kind of horrible kind of stuff. No, there literally is. There literally is free speech for that horrible kind of stuff, which they insane stalking, false swatting. Again, swatting is illegal because it is illegal to falsely report criminal acts to the police, and specifically to attempt to cause harm to someone else at the public's expense. That's a bad thing. It's not free speech because you're not speaking at that point. You are using words to employ someone into service to do your thing. If you just say out loud, man, someone should raid Tim Pool right now, that's not swatting. That is free speech. It's maybe not desirable speech. Like, I don't suggest people like to want swatting to occur. Like, I think that's an objectively bad thing. But if you're like, Tim Pool's a fucker, I wish someone would stop him, you get to say that. Like, you get to say that. But when you call the police and say, yeah, the Tim Pool residents, he's murdering goats and rubbing their blood all over the bodies of Islamic children, and they bust in with shotguns or whatever, that's wrong. Like, that's incorrect. You cannot do that. You cannot employ something else. But you'll find this over and over in speech laws, which we're going to get into. Laws against speech are not laws against speech. They're laws against action. At some point, speech manifests into action. For incitement, we learned from Brandenburg versus Ohio that in incitement, speech turns into action when there is a reasonable possibility that the violence requested by the speaker can be committed imminently and might actually happen. Brandenburg versus Ohio, you have one of the nastiest, most racist people on the planet saying the worst things about Black people generally. They should be hung, they should be killed, whatever. All of that stuff is going on in his speech. The Supreme Court says, though, but there weren't any Black people there for the crowd to harm. There was no imminence to the potential violence, and there was no violent result. So therefore, you get to have incorrect opinions or uncomfortable opinions. You get to have those things, even if we don't like them. But what you don't get to do is if like a black couple is walking by, you go, get those coons. That means you have done a bad thing at that point. You've now incited a crowd to violence against people. That is where you have crossed from words and thoughts into action. Swatting is a cross from words and thoughts into action. You're trying to employ an act by the government against someone else. Okay, so here we go. Insane stalking. Stalking is a very specific crime, and almost no one gets stalking right. But here we go. And there is no excuse for that kind of stuff. Celebrating suicide. By the way, you get to celebrate suicide. You know what? I bet Space Omega 5000 is very happy about Hitler's suicide. Like, yeah, that motherfucker ate a bullet. Whew. Good thing he did. World War II was such a pain in the ass, and all of those Jews got killed. Man, it's great that Hitler committed suicide. I'm happy Hitler killed himself. Holy shit. It solved a lot of problems. Solved a whole bunch of fucking war. It stopped it right away. Should we not celebrate the suicide of Hitler? What about Christians celebrating the suicide of Judas Iscariot, the guy who turns Jesus in, who causes him to be crucified? One of the most famous suicides in history, Judas Iscariot. Lots of people are happy that motherfucker killed himself. Celebrating suicide is not a problem for free speech. Celebrating suicide might be a moral problem for you based on the suicide and your value set. But the idea that we would stop celebrating suicide by law? Never. Never. You get the right. Not you get. You have the right to think something that is not necessarily friendly or popular. You get it. You get that right to do it. You get to celebrate suicide. I don't typically celebrate suicide, even of people I don't like. Not my thing. I would prefer the people I don't like be enlightened, be reformed, have repentance and forgiveness, and become better. That's what I would prefer. That's what I tend to do, is like, I don't like suicide. I think it's a pox upon society. But that being said, other people get to celebrate it all they want. I can't do anything about it. Encouraging people to dox people. This is the most protected thing I can think of. Like if I hypothetically were to say, go dox the planet, no government can stop you from saying, go dox everybody. Dox the planet! Dox the planet! Like no government can arrest you for that ever. Well, no American government. It's fully within the Constitution to encourage people to dox other people. In fact, it's fully within the Constitution to dox other people, which I know bothers the shit out of a lot of people. And I am not someone who supports doxing. I do not like doxing people. I don't think it's the right thing to do. However, is it protected speech? Absolutely. Absolutely. The only thing that might not be protected about doxing is if you illegally, typically in violation of some sort of license or professional conduct, procure the information that leads to the doxing. But if you go on someone's Facebook and look at their house and go, I know where that is, and you release it, what's illegal about that? What is unlawful about figuring out where someone is? Nothing. Now, what you do with that information may be unlawful, right? Like you might swat someone. Unlawful. Again, at that point, you're employing an action from the government against someone. We have to get over this. As much as you may dislike doxing, and again, I dislike doxing. I don't do it. You will not find me being like, ha, so-and-so lives at 2323 West Main Street. Like, I'm not that guy. Not that kind of guy. I don't do that. I don't have people on to do that. I don't let people do that by proxy, but I don't stop anyone because it's not my place. But doxing is protected speech. I don't know who needs to hear it. It's really uncomfortable for some people because you're like 20. You don't remember when everybody was doxed all the time by the fucking white pages. People are doxxed constantly. Go watch a movie from the 80s. You know how they track people down? They just opened a phone book that was hanging on a fucking phone booth, and they could find their address if you knew their name. Here we go. We've got a... Oh, shit. What do we got here? The tech crisis says, can you say a prayer for my friend Matt? He is a truck driver and was in an accident last night. He's in the hospital at this moment. Yes, I can. I hope everything's okay with Matt. I pray for his safety and his healing and his quick recovery. I'll say a more thorough prayer after the stream, which is where I usually do those. Poozerger says, I can't imagine receiving sad super chats every stream. You helped out by giving a toast. Here's thanks. P.S. Having a state attorney sign off on the will. Oh, fuck. Yes, having a state attorney sign off on the will. I don't know if that's something else. Tucson Sky says, a toast to my mom, Akemi, died on Monday. She was born in Osaka, Japan, stayed in concentration camp and orphanage after losing most of her family in the war. My dad, Robert, U.S. Air Force, Master Sergeant, died last September. They adopted me in 1971. To Akemi, a mother who experienced hardship, but pressed on to have a better life for her and her children, choosing to adopt someone, choosing to take in a child that was not biologically hers, but became hers by choice. May the love that she expressed be always genuine and always magnified by the choice that she made to give it. Cheers to her. Cheers to you, brother. Andrew Miller says, if anyone wonders how bad the right can get, ask someone from the 80s how it felt to play D&D, listen to metal music, and oppose creationism in schools. This is why libertarians exist. We've seen both tyrannies. I'm drinking to that. Yeah, brother. No, the right can get downright fucking stupid. They can. They get wrapped up in something and they're like, no, censorship is good. No, censorship is not. Beat the idea. Don't silence it. When you silence the ideas, they're not defeated. All right, here we go. And encouraging people to commit suicide is not free speech. Again, this is very uncomfortable. I do not do it. I think suicide is a pox upon humanity and a bane upon existence. But encouraging people to commit suicide is free speech. It is. I know that's really scary and uncomfortable for people, but it is still free. And this one's going to become a sticking point in just a minute. Anyone who does that are responsible for the choices these poor victims did. Nope, you're not. You're not actually responsible for the choices of someone else. You are not, unless you lie to them, deceptively entice them or induce them to do a thing. But your mere words, you say, ha, bro, kill yourself. First of all, don't do that. I really don't like it. I try to catch myself even when I make jokes about it. Like I try to personally not do it. Sometimes I get drunk and it slips out, but don't encourage people to kill themselves. But people who do, that is free speech. I know it sucks. It's against YouTube's terms of service, Twitter's. Don't do it on social media, of course, because you'll get banned. But that doesn't mean it's not free speech. It absolutely fucking is. It is free speech. Wait, someone says, yes, you are Lynn Bias Law. I don't know what that means. But okay. Here we go. I've seen some people openly show doxed information, and that crap is not okay. Not okay does not mean not protected. Again, whoops. Things that you don't like don't mean they're not free speech. And this is where we've gone wrong as a society. Nowadays we go, I don't like what this person did or said, therefore it's banned. Wait, what are you talking about? Why would it be banned just because you don't like it? I don't like Big Bang Theory. It should be banned. But I can't employ the government to ban it because they have the right to make shitty comedy. Like they get to do that. It's not my place to stop them physically from doing it. Here we go. I've seen some people openly show doxed information. That, if somehow that crap is legal, it's very legal to show doxed information. 100% legal to show it. Is it good? Not necessarily. Again, I'm not a big fan of doxing. Don't do it. Don't engage in it. But is it legal? Yes. Then I hope those anti-doxing bills pass, because there's clearly a problem with stuff. The problem with anti-doxing bills is you're going to run into constitutional issues. So it looks like someone doesn't understand what even is a free speech. So he says, so you're saying that giving out people's private addresses, defaming people, and encouraging of suicide is free speech. We have to tackle each one of these in kind. Edited. This is meant to be an update to my main comment because it won't let me edit it. I'm probably wrong on the celebrating thing, and for the encouraging thing, you're definitely wrong. He edited this after I responded. I think it might be vary on state by state. Nope. The federal constitution trumps any state law. And depending on the definition of what encouraging means, nope. Guess what? Encouraging means encouraging, and encouraging people to suicide is protected speech. Again, I don't like it. There's also an ongoing movements to pass bills about doxing and encouraging suicide, and they will fall to the same problem. They run up against the First Amendment and have to be necessarily curbed, which we're going to talk about in a second. That I'm currently not sure what the status is about. I apologize for my comment being a bit messy. Edited. Done. So here we go. You have three things, and this is where we're going to get into this. Private addresses. Yes, free speech. Your address is not private. No matter how much you try to make your address private, you share it all the time, constantly. And you know who you share it with? The United States government, particularly the United States Postal Service or your local fire department, because you have a fire number. Your address is not private. You do not have a protectable privacy interest in your address. You don't have it. It doesn't make any sense with any Fourth Amendment, Ninth Amendment jurisprudence. Never, ever can you suggest that you have a privacy interest in your address because you get shit there. You had to file your title with the goddamn county that you live in every county in the United States. You have to prove your residence in some way. So you share that information. Believe me, I would love to have a privacy interest in my address. I would love it. I would love for weirdos to not be able to swat me. But guess what? That address part of it just comes with the fucking territory of existing in this country. And it's not the greatest thing, but it's also not the worst thing. And it used to be way more broad than it is. Only recently have people decided, wait, maybe I don't want people to know my address. Well, maybe you don't want to, but a bunch of people do. Here's how the privacy interest in your address would have to work. You could never receive mail at your address, ever. You could not tell the fire department that you live at your address, or the police, or the hospital. You could not bank through your address. You can never order a pizza. You can never have a taxi show up. You can never have a friend over. Because under American jurisprudence on privacy, stemming back to cats, the moment you voluntarily involve a third party in your private affairs, your privacy interest diminishes greatly. And it's obliterated very, very quickly. That's how privacy works. If you want it to be private, it has to be private. Now, hypothetically, theoretically, is there someone who could live like off grid in an undisclosed location with no public services? Yes. Do I endorse that? Based and red pilled. God, I wish that were me. I wish I were fucking cool enough and smart enough and sexy enough to be able to build my own house with no influence anywhere, to create my own energy, water, and all of that stuff, and not have anybody intervene and just live in my awesome private place. I wish I could do that. I'm too much of a fucking pussy to do that. I wish I could. Can't get internet. Can't be a YouTuber. Can't be a streamer, can't go online, can't get a cell phone because you're sharing your location with your cell phone company at the address you're at. the amount of hoops you would have to jump through to adhere to a traditional notion of American legal privacy to have a private address is something I don't think anybody has done. I don't think anybody at all has actually accomplished this. Even hermits in the middle of the fucking mountains have someone come over at some point. They have some officer check on their address because they've got a fire number. They've got a road that goes there. And maybe there's someone who has walked off into some deep property with no road access or anything, carved out a space and built a hut. Sure. But that's not 99.99% of Americans. You have no privacy interest in your address. You've given it to fucking everybody. You've given it to everybody. All the time. And you're like, well, how did somebody find out? I don't know. You went to Best Buy and gave them your address for your rewards card. You give your address to the fucking planet, to everybody. Like, look, as someone who has taken active steps to conceal my address from the public, even though people have still found it, like the amount of work that I've had to do, and it was ultimately futile, is huge. If I weren't a lawyer, it would have cost thousands of dollars. Luckily, I could draft documents myself to help out with it. Still didn't matter. Still doesn't matter. The richest people in the world, people find their houses in moments. Moments. Anyway, here we go. So back to this thing. Again, first thing, addresses. Yes, free speech. Your address is not private. In fact, it's rather public. So long as there isn't illegal means used to derive an address, yes, it's free speech. Now, you can illegally derive an address even though it's public, right? Like if you are a police officer and you unlawfully search your police history for like that guy who fucked you over at the subway or whatever, like, and you're like, this motherfucker, I'm going to find his address through my police stuff, and it's an unauthorized access, like against your license agreement that you have with your employer. That's not okay. That could be actionable. You don't normally need to do this because you can just go on Spokio or whatever and pay $22 and find someone's address. Like that's the reality for the majority of people, because they have credit cards, they have debts, they have student loans, they get a utility bill, whatever it is. Somehow their information gets out. All right. But there is a hypothetical way to illegally obtain an address and disclose it in violation of some other duty. But it's not the disclosure of the address itself that is illegal. It's how they obtain it might be improper or against a license agreement or something. All right, next, defamation. Of course, defamation is not free speech. But what is defamation? The legal definition of defamation is something that is false, fact, defamatory, disclosed to a third party with the requisite degree of fault, either negligent or actual malice. All of those things have to happen for it to be defamatory. If I say that Keffels is a child groomer, that's not defamatory because groomer is not a significant or sufficiently specific term to know what that means. Some people are grooming children for sex. Some people are grooming children into an ideology. Some people are grooming children into bathtub hormone replacement therapy. There are different levels of grooming. Most of them are not good. Some people are grooming someone to be something important, like a CEO or a lawyer, or like a good lawyer, not like a me, but like they're grooming them to be in the next position of power. They're grooming them as a successor to their success. Grooming used to be a term of endearment for the next person to come up and take over when another person is leaving. So what does grooming mean? Does it have an automatically negative context? We don't know. It's probably an opinion statement as well. It's not a fact statement. Now, so-and-so is fucking kids. That is a fact statement. That is a statement that can be weighed and measured objectively. Are they a groomer is an opinion statement. According to jurisprudence, maybe it shouldn't be. All right. Like I'll concede because like I have a problem with sexual predator being an opinion statement and not a statement of fact. I think sexual predator has enough context to say they're a sexual deviant who is predating on someone else. But courts say that sexual predator, by and large, is a statement of opinion, not fact, sufficient for defamation. We saw this in the Vic Mignogna case, right? Groomer is the same thing. Maybe it should be different, but it's not currently. Defamation is not free speech, but just not liking what someone says doesn't make it defamatory. And finally, encouraging suicide. Yes, absolutely free speech, 100%. But here we go. And again, we're not going to go through all of these, but here's what we got. I think it depends on the state. This is for doxing. Recently, I heard a bill was being used to go against doxing someone's personal information without permission, negligence-wise. It always will depend on how you obtain that information and what information it is. Their address is not going to be it. Doxing is a broad term that is used colloquially to encompass a lot of activity. Some doxing is actually illegal. The unlawful disclosure of private facts can be illegal. Most facts about physical location are not private facts. That's something else going on. And again, it starts to stray into defamation. There are criminal defamation laws that have to be very, very careful. But this is what all these bills end up being about. Clearly, I agree with it. Well, that's because you're a cuckold, because it's clearly proven to be a serious problem due to the amount of risk there is with that, especially when published on a place like that. They're talking about Kiwi Farms. Do you know how many people have had their addresses published on Kiwi Farms? Hundreds, maybe thousands. You know how many of them are dead? Almost none of them. Almost none of them. You know how many of them have been harmed by the publication of their address? Almost none of them. Including me, by the way. Was I harmed by the publication of my address on Kiwi Farms? Actually, no. My address was published on Kiwi Farms well over a year before I got swatted. I don't even know if they used Kiwi Farms to find my address. They could have used something else. Again, a background check of some sort of paid site. They could have hired a private investigator. I have no idea what they did. Doesn't matter. Someone says, I do find it odd Kiwi Farms publishes addresses. Like, why even do that? They don't. Kiwi Farms is not a publisher of anything. Someone goes on to Kiwi Farms and posts a thing. That's it. That's all they do. It's a place where people go and post information. Kiwi Farms is not an editorial body that determines what should and shouldn't be said on the internet. People show up there and they type in a thing and they hit enter. It can be wrong. It can be right. By the way, wrong addresses have been posted for me on Kiwi Farms as well as correct addresses. What do you do? Like, which one should Kiwi Farm? Should I go censor the correct one or should I censor the incorrect one? Which one should I do? Like, what's the move to try? They get information wrong. They get information right. People get to do that. They get to do things. They get to be incorrect. All right, here we go. Number 2, I've heard stories where many people on such a website have defamed people, causing several reputational problems. Again, people on a website defaming someone is not the website's fault. It's not the website's fault. That's the thing that people don't get. Like, the website is not the publisher. Some websites can be publishers. Not all websites are. Some of them are just places where other people publish stuff. And it's very, very unfortunate. But if someone is defaming someone, the person making the defamatory statement is responsible. By the way, more people are defamed on Twitter per hour than are defamed on Kiwi Farms per year. More people are defamed on Facebook per hour than are defamed on Kiwi Farms per year. Saying that Keffels is a groomer without proving anything that by definition fits that is probably defamation. First of all, it's probably not defamation as discussed before. Also, Keffels' words and the running of an underage catboy server for the purposes of grooming children into HRT, which are the words of fucking Keffels, is proving that a little bit. Salty Ball says, how would one block something like an auditor other than setting up a corporation or something? You can't. My current house is not owned by me. It's owned by an entity that doesn't have my name attached to it. And yet I don't have a mailbox. I don't receive mail at my house. I don't have utility bills come to my house. They all go to a PO box. And yet you're still able to, with enough like effort, find where I live. Like, it still happens. There's just no way around. Like, it's so fucking impossible because everything you do and all of the people you interact with end up at this place where you live at some point. It's almost impossible to completely obscure it. If you had a full-time PR team with unlimited money, you might be able to stave it off for a while. But something will happen. Something. You'll hire an electrician and they'll accidentally send a bill to your residence rather than a PO box. That shit happens. I don't know if that's what caused mine. I have no idea. But again, like if you were to look up my property by address or whatever, you wouldn't find my name on it. You'd find an entity name on it. But nobody's perfect. Nothing is perfect. Systems aren't perfect. Other people aren't perfect. All right, number 3, you're going to need to rethink that and actually properly look that up. This is what I really want to get into because this is important. This is a thing. This is the difference between law and law. All right. They're talking about encouraging suicide. I found a state law against encouraging people committing suicide. Look at California Code PC 401. I also found a new bill called Conrad's Law to be passed against speech that encourages suicide, if I'm reading correctly. First of all, Cuckrad's Law doesn't need to exist. Stop trying to pass laws against encouraging suicide. Just encourage people to not encourage suicide. That would be better. But let's do this. I'm gonna show you because people don't understand how this works. Going to go ahead and show you how this actually functions. Let's see. Here is Penal Code 401. We're going to look at the law, but then more importantly, we're going to look at how the court interprets it because that's the important part. This is how this always happens. Every single time you find someone says, well, there's a law that says this, you have to look at how the court applies it because that's critical. So here's the Penal Code 401, suicide, aiding, advising, or encouraging. All right. Any person who deliberately aids, advises, or encourages another to commit suicide is guilty of a felony. Well, that seems pretty fucking straightforward, doesn't it? Right? Like you're like, hey, buddy, maybe you should jump off a cliff. Well, felony. That's what it says. That's the words on the paper. You know what? You should run yourself over the steamroller for that shit take. Oh, you play Call of Duty? Maybe you should eat a bullet next time instead of ramen. There you go. You've now encouraged someone to sue. In California, you have commit a felony by the plain reading of the text. Now, is everybody who's ever said, hey, why don't you try navigating the short end of a spear in your asshole? Like, is that person guilty of a felony? Has that person been charged and convicted? No, of course not. Why? Here we go. Let's go to these decisions. This is the most important part. Elements. All right. In order to obtain a conviction for aiding, advising, or encouraging a suicide, it is necessary to establish all of the following essential elements. 1, the defendant specifically intended the victim's suicide. So you can't just be like, oh, buddy, you should kill yourself, because that's not necessarily specifically intending it. 2, the defendant undertook some active and direct participation in bringing about the suicide, such as by furnishing the victim with the means of suicide. You know what? You should eat a bullet. Here's the gun. Okay, now we're going farther. You should hang yourself. Here's a noose I tied for you. You should make your brain explode. Here's the nudes of Tess Holliday. Put them in front of someone, staple their eyes open or whatever. You have to take that step that transitions what you are saying to something you are doing, because we don't criminalize speech. We criminalize acts. And finally, the victim actually committed a specific overt act of suicide. So they don't have to succeed. They just have to try. Now, how has this been applied in California? Let me save you a whole bunch of fucking reading and just tell you. If you're a doctor who prescribes a lethal dose of a medicine to help someone commit suicide, there you go. You have prescribed. That's what that case Donarovich O'Donnell versus Harris. That's what the case is about. A doctor said, you know what? I feel bad about this. I'm going to assist their suicide by prescribing them a lethal dose of, I don't know, fentanyl or whatever. They took the dose. The doctor gave them the means to do so. That was considered giving them the means. That's the aid. That's beyond the encouragement of the suicide. 2 people had neckties and they tried to kill each other in a suicide pact, right? Like, I'll hold your necktie, you hold my necktie, we'll go and die together. One died, the other didn't. Guess what? Not aiding suicide. That was just plain old murder. So that wasn't providing the specific means to do so. That was something a little bit different. 2 people in a different suicide pact drove off a cliff. He said, we're going to drive this car Thelma and Louise style into the canyon. The driver lives. Passenger dies. The driver provided the passenger with the means to engage in the suicidal act, primarily the car that would drive off the cliff. Now, the reason the neckties were not the same thing is because it wasn't a suicidal act that was one thing. Each necktie is individual, and therefore you're choking someone while they're choking you. Those are 2 different acts that happen at the same time. If you had some sort of bar that like you're choking both of you together, that would be different. Okay? It's kind of weird. It's a weird, but this is how the reason I bring all this up, this is how nuanced and how deferential to speech and how necessary action is for speech to become criminal. You cannot just say words and have them be a crime. We have a First Amendment for that. And there's a good fucking reason for it. And this person goes on to bring up that chick who encouraged her boyfriend to kill himself. I don't know if you remember this. She was actually convicted of that. And she was convicted of that crime. I think it was in New York. Again, what she did went beyond mere encouragement. And I still actually think that prosecution was really shifty. And so did the courts, because she got 11 months. I think she served 11 months in jail for killing someone effectively. But what she did was consistently text this guy, do it, you pussy, get back in. Like, he tried to quit killing himself. He was in a car with like the exhaust coming in. He like tried to leave. And she's like, get back in there, you fucking loser. You deserve to die. Go die, blah, blah, blah. It was beyond this mere idea of someone on an internet forum saying, haha, lol, kill yourself, faggot, or whatever. Like, that is not encouraging suicide, but that's what these people want it to be. That's what they want it to be. That's the encouragement of suicide that they're talking about. Or you're saying, lol, look at this weird tranny. And they're like, oh my God, he called me a slur and made me want to kill myself. That's not encouraging suicide either. It never was. Because people will kill themselves over dumb shit. Like, someone didn't like my pants on Thursday. Well, I guess now I'm going to knife my neck. No. First of all, that's a bad reason. Second of all, the person who criticized their pants does not encourage them to die. But that's the place that these people want to go. And they'll protest. No, well, that's the line that where did you draw that line? Where did you draw the distinction? What thing made this subjective thing too far and that subjective thing not too far? Where the courts have drawn it, where the law draws it, where the Constitution draws it, is when your words are converted into a tangible, intentional act. Because again, criminality requires intentional action 99.9% of the time. And let me finalize my thoughts on the subject, because I want to cap this off very, very fucking clearly. We are lost. Our society is lost. Our individuals are lost. We have an education system that is so fucking pandering and coddling to a particular ideology. Those people grow up in that ideology, never challenged. They spread and metastasize throughout private companies, throughout public sector companies. They make policies, regulations, rules, guidelines. They run seminars. They do trainings. They develop private policies that destroy the very concept of liberty. But essential liberty is essential for a reason. If we don't have it, we're just fucking Canada. And up until a couple years ago, unironically, a bunch of people would say, Canada is a free country. It took nothing to convert Canada from what was considered to be a westernized free country into a non-westernized totalitarian shit pile run by Fidel Castro's gay son. And if you talk to any Canadian who has any grip of freedom, they're doing one of two things. They're leaving or they're fighting in the only ways that they know how. And every Canadian knows that there are things that they can't say. There are opinions that they're not allowed to voice in public or in private. Because if they're found out, they could be literally charged with a crime. 2-3 years ago, people didn't believe this was true. But guess what? All you fucking Euro-cuck countries, you're the same. And guess what? The United States of Cuck A, United Cucks of America, we're on the fucking road to that same goddamn hell. Because every time someone does something we don't like, the first thing we do is run out and try to ban it, to stop it, to employ our government to come save us. And the Marjorie Taylor Greene anti-Kiwi Farms bullshit is emblematic of the fact that it doesn't matter how much you profess to be pro-freedom. It doesn't matter how much of a popular rock star you can be on some side of some political aisle. Doesn't matter how based and red or blue-pilled you might be. The second the one thing happens to you that you don't like, the first thing you do is go, this needs to be eradicated. This needs to be removed. I don't understand it. Someone told me this thing about it. Therefore, removal. Wrong. You're wrong. You are always going to be wrong. When your response to thing I don't like is it must be removed, when that is your knee-jerk response, wrong. The process of removing or restricting something needs to be extremely limited, discerning, and contemplated by everything. And we have a whole bunch of shit in that category that is not there. We're talking about speech today, but you talk about plants that people can't eat or grow. Go to prison forever. Grow a plant, go to prison forever. Get your milk from a cow that is not approved by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, go to prison. Have your farm confiscated by the government. Have bleach poured on your crops for not using an approved fertilizer. We are a moment away from tyranny in this country, and we're the last place on earth that has something even close to freedom. Raw milk, raw eggs, raw vegetables. You can find stories, governments going. There was I remember this story from a couple years ago. There was a cooking circle. A chef would go to farms that did natural farming, right? Like completely natural farming, garden farming. And the chef they would pull the vegetables out of the ground. Like the dinner guests would pull, like I'm going to go grab a zucchini, some potatoes, some onions. I'll go grab them off the vine. They bring them to the chef. The chef would make a dish. They paid for this, but the chef wasn't using commercial grade equipment. They didn't have inspections on the meat or the milk or the eggs or the fertilizer or the pesticide. So what the government did was they came down, they shut down the party, they fined the chef, they fined the landowner, they gathered all the food and they poured bleach on it to make sure no one ate those dangerous onions. This is in America. Right now, there's a government, I don't remember the name of it. There's a government oppressing an Amish farm because they make raw milk and raw eggs, not approved processes. Who cares? Like, who cares? At the end of the day, who cares? The government does. We're the freest country on earth, and this is what we have. We're a pubic hair away from tyranny, and it's terrifying to me. All right. Okay, I said I was going to do this earlier. But I want to pimp this Kickstarter really quick because this is a personal friend of mine. I know the people who are behind this project. I know the people in the pictures on this project. I know that this project is real. It's a legitimate thing. They have an existing project that was successful. They're really close on this one. I want to share it out. Okay. This is Wizards and Relics Awakening. It's a magical card game. They're not paying me to do this. They did not ask me to do this or anything like that. But this is a card game that you can play. I think it's age 12 plus or ages 14 plus. Actually, younger kids than 14, if they're not, super retarded, can play this as well. 2 to 4 players, 20 to 40 minutes. It's a fun card game to play at parties, to play with your family, to play with your friends. Or whatever. They have 205 backers, 3 days to go. They're trying to get to $15,000. They're at $12,127. Now, I have backed this project. I don't know where I can prove this to you. Do they have the backers listed somewhere? 54 backed. Contributors. Fuck. Damn it. Okay. I don't know how this website works. On Indiegogo, you can just see like the most recent contribution. I backed at the maximum level. I backed at the immortality level. I believe in the project. I like the first game. I think the second game will be a lot of fun. It's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors sort of card game. You have different color wizards because they're racist or whatever. And then they have different powers that you add to them to go ahead and defeat your opponents. It's a cool thing. There's all sorts of levels, but the basic level is this. The basic level is, wait, where is it? You can print and play for $5. Retail pledge. No, here we go. Premium edition game, $29. This is it. So Wizards and Relics Awakening, you can get it with all unlocked stretch goals, and you can get the full print and play yourself. But you're also getting the box game. They have customized art for everything. Again, this is all just a guy's brainchild. And they made a competent game that's fun to play. I try to support people that I know. I try to support independent creation. If you're into that, if you like card games or board games or whatever, consider backing the project. I'll share it in the chat. It's probably already being shared, but I'm not looking. No mods here because I hate them. Good. There's the project in the chat. If anybody wants to consider it, again, I would really appreciate it. I know they'd appreciate it. These are game creators that don't have like their own mass distribution platform. Like this money that they raised is literally by calling people up that they know, by advertising it locally to game stores and stuff like that to get people there. So I'm hoping, and I'm gonna talk about this today and for the next 3 days. I'm really hoping that people will contribute to the project. So there's all sorts of levels. You can check them out on your own. I'm not gonna badger it forever, but yeah. If you like games, if you like fantasy settings, if you like card games and stuff, check it out. It's a fun thing. And some of you probably backed the original project like a year or 2 years ago when they did the first game. This is the sequel to it. Is this game created by a grand wizard? I don't think so. But yes, and I know some people hate Kickstarter. Look, if you don't want to support it, don't support it. I'm not here to tell anybody to do or not do something, but if it's something that's in your wheelhouse, check it out, please. All right, here we go. We've got a couple super chats here, and then we got to do unbreaded, and then we'll do the rest of super chats. Ryan, the editor, says, "Oh, I'm here, but I'm not getting paid." So what do you mean you're not getting paid? I paid you. It was late, but I paid you, and I'm going to pay you at the end of the month. What the fuck? You talking about not getting paid? Anyway, Super Iron Bob. Third-party doctrine is stupid and should be revisited, but it won't because the government is too busy abusing it to great effect in the digital age. I agree. Third-party doctrine is stupid. The other thing, like third-party doctrine is illegally or unequally applied. You're not getting paid to be a mod. Why would I pay you to be gay? Like, I don't want you to do that, but that's what you chose. That was your choice. You chose to be gay. Like you said, make me gay. Please knight me. Give me that blue name. Okay. No, I agree with you, Super Iron Bob, that third-party doctrine needs to be revisited. It is not a great system, but it is the system for now. All right. Chevy Dirty Max says, Attorney Tom is suing me for defamation, specifically for laughing and singing hi-ho when that little dwarf started cross-examination of my testimony. Hi-ho, cross-exam we go. Oh, God. I'm going to have to record like a parody song for Attorney Tom. I need to have Attorney Tom on here. He bought me a really nice whiskey when I was down in Houston. And I want to try it, but I want him to be on when I try it in case it's bad. So I can say, fuck you or whatever. Mod Zeno immediately. Does Zeno want to be a mod? Like, Zeno, are you a lesbian? I didn't think so, but maybe you are. Okay. That is the end of the big super chats. So we will now I think it's time, right? Where's my... Why are you... Isn't that him in the green and gold behind me? No. You know what is behind me, though? So I have these Bandai Space Marine figures, the premium Bandai things. I love them. They're a waste of money, but I buy them anyway. Here's what I got. So I've got this Ultramarines Primaris Captain, but he's also got his Yoko Leitner waifu pillow. Brother, this is heresy. So you got to have, the Space Marines are degenerates at heart. So that is back on my desk. Okay, here we go. Where are we? Here's what I'm doing.
I'm bread.
All right. Carly Ellison says, I do not like this stream. It's host or its subscribers. Why are you still here, girl? What you doing? No one's forcing you to be here. But you should be. If you don't like it today, try it tomorrow. You might come back and be like, you know what? Actually, I didn't like it at first, but it kind of lubricated up after a bit. And you know what? It's really pleasurable in the long run. You need a Black Templar holding that waifu shield. They don't have Black Templars yet. All right. If you didn't like the show yet, you're about to not like it a whole lot more. Here we go. It is time for our daily unbreaded. That's right. We are now going to hit this random number, and we are going to do the unbreaded. This is Matthew Harris's manifesto, page 507. I don't think we're going to do this one because I think this is a repeat page, and I'm not super keen on doing the repeat pages. They get really, really tiresome. But let me check. If it's a repeat page, we will just go ahead and pick a different one. Yeah, this is the one about killing all the Asians that's repeated 120 times. So we've got a new one coming up, page 691. All right. Okay, here's what this is, just for the new people and the people who hate everything about this stream. Matthew Harris is a PhD in philosophy from Duke University. He wrote a dissertation. He was hired by UCLA to teach philosophy to, philosophy 101 to philosophy students. What he ended up doing was greater than any teaching endeavor. What he ended up doing was sending homemade porn to the hot philosophy undergrads, lusting over another philosophy professor, finding out that she, a white woman, was having sex with white men and Jewish men rather than him, who is black, and then going literally fucking crazy, writing a manifesto, and then threatening to kill the entire faculty. Now, the best part about this story, though, is that the manifesto that he wrote is the same in theme and concept to his dissertation. It just doesn't have as many N words or profane words in it. But his dissertation, which Duke University granted a PhD to him for, and which UCLA hired him on as part of the basis of, is that race is ingrained genetically into your body, and that there is no culture, that black culture is genetically ingrained into black people. And because of that, they should not associate with Asian people, white people, Jews, anyone else. The higher institution, post-secondary education country, organizations in this country, some of the biggest and best ones, UCLA and Duke, fully endorse the idea of racial segregation because race and culture are genetically ingrained. That's why they gave him the PhD. It's why they hired him. And he says the same thing in this book with more N-words in it, and suddenly it's not okay. So this is why we read it, to remind people what the institutions of America are actually fine with. Here we go. These are not my words. These are the words of UCLA's philosophy department. Be nice to Patricia. Who do you think helped you hide the body? The blink doesn't belong in America unless they take commands from Binger. Blinks must obey and serve Binger as a lower class. If blinks do not submit, they must all be executed. Replace all lawyers with software and execute white-collar workers. I agree. White men are not funny. Do not give them that. White men are not entertaining. Never give them that. Never surrender to their words or shy embarrassment. They must be embarrassed to be crackers. They must bleed for being crackers. Oh, can't we just go back to when things were bad? I love you so much better back then. Jelly 292, Jimmy's best song. The true title is Miracle Baby. Nightbird flying should have been called Midnight Flight. Spanish Castle Magic should never have been written. Death to all Mongoloids. Gypsy Eyes was also a mistake. Death to all Mongoloids. Lenny was a turd. It was stolen from One Rainy Wish. Crackers do soulless, mediocre guitar covers that fits in on easy listening station, and Bites and Uncle Tom's give them undeserved credit as if they belong stealing Binger music. B.B. King was an Uncle Tom, and it's a shame he didn't die much sooner because he basically killed the blues by inviting little white boys on stage and giving them props for stealing from Binger. B.B. King was one of the worst Uncle Toms ever. There are many others, and unsurprisingly, the more a blues musician was an Uncle Tom, the more they are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It's how the crackers say, thanks, monkey. If my kid wouldn't look like you, I don't trust you. I don't trust my own family. If my kid wouldn't look at you, Binger, we are at war. Stop being faggot. Hunt Navy SEALs to prove America ain't shit. Fuck you, Susan, stupid bike. Maria Orsic is my Medusa. Maria Orsic is my Medusa. That's what she should look like. Maria Orsic with natural blonde pigtails, and we're finished here on Earth. If that's not a goddess, it's a goddess. Maria Orsic is the definition of what goddess looks like. Maria Orsic in Dutch braided pigtails. Qualm is a nasty word like peso. There once was a father with daughters so beautiful, he never let them go outside. The world went extinct and there was a massive genocide, the extinction of humanity. They never left the bunker mansion palace. They live for infinity. Rich pieces shit CEOs hire PR firms to make a muskrat look like a god. Ain't no telling. Feels like riding a chariot. Why did GTA 5 write Los Angeles owns you in the Binger mansion and not in anyone else's home? Murder everything in the Draco constellation. Just give me the gun. Tell me where to shoot. That's the spirit of Binger in every sense. If it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, flush it down. Virtual insanity sounds like agony. Through the fire sounds like relief. Never unicorns. Ain't no telling is riding Pegasus through thunder.
On bread.
There you go. There you go. That's that one. I'm going to make a big mistake right here, and I'm going to Google Maria Orsic. Wait. I had no idea who Maria Orsic is, but here's a video. It says Maria Orsic, the goddess of the devil, Hitler's medium, occult secrets of Nazi super science. A strikingly beautiful medium named Maria Orsic, one of the most Obscure yet fascinating women of the Third Reich? What the fuck is this? At least it's not a fucking kid. That's what I gotta say. At least it's not a fucking kid. She's kind of hot, though. I mean, for a dead chick. Here, trying to find a picture of her. Most of these, I mean, these are drawn portraits, a lot of them of her, but here, we'll pull this one up. Just so people can see who Maria Orsic is. I'd never heard of this person before just now. Here you go. Here's this is the woman that Matt Harris, the black man. I'm not so sure the Third Reich's medium who called UFOs in would be like wanting to fuck the black Matthew Harris, but maybe. But man, I mean, if the picture does her an injustice, this chick was fucking smoking hot. Well, thank you, Matthew Harris. I've learned something this day. I've learned that Hitler had a medium named Maria Orsic, probably Orsic. Oh, wait, is this a real, oh, here we go. This is probably a drawing of her too. Here you go. Here's another one. Yeah, total babe. Total babe. That looks like pencil. Did they not have cameras in Germany? All right, anyway. Okay. That was a weird fucking page. I'm just going to say it. That was a weird fucking page. But I'm with it. That's why we're here. We're here for weird fucking pages. All right. So now that that's done, we're going to read the rest of Super Chats. She never existed? Wait, what? I think you're lying. I think that's a government cover-up. Kitta. Wait, no. The Squid says this is why we need more D. Snyders telling the Senate to their face that their wives are the sick ones finding immorality where there isn't any, and they are see you next Tuesdays for creating committees to censor speech. Yes. Kidda says, since Keffels and Bob posting hide the fact that their bathtub HRT has serious side effects prescription HRT doesn't have, are they responsible for any medical issues of children they trick, coerce, or talk into taking it? Yes. I mean, like, imagine if you created a bathtub aspirin and started selling it to people and they died from it. You'd go to prison immediately. Horrific crime to do this thing. Should it be a crime, though? First of all, giving HRT to children should be a crime. Yes, period. But I'm more talking the hypothetical, like if you want to create your own aspirin and sell it to people, like, should that be a crime? I'm not so sure. Like, I'm not 100% convinced on this whole, like, government licensure of products thing. Like, well, the FDA has to approve it. How about the fuck you? How about that? How about the fuck you needs to approve it? But yeah, giving hormone replacement therapy to children, yeah, kindly see yourself into a Kiwi Farms thread. Okay, let's do the rest of these super chats. Here we go. Thank you, by the way. Several people have pledged to the Wizards and Relics game. I hope you know, more people who enjoy that kind of thing will find it. Thank you to those who have pledged. It really, it does mean a lot to me. Okay. Let's, where was I? Whew. All right, back to the start here. Oh man, I can't wait to eat. I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten today. Karen Bites and Copyright Cuck says late and Bingard Dominic Black. Chininator says, hey Nick, I turned 30 today. Can I get a toast? Chininator, happy 30th birthday. A couple more years until you become a man that society deems worthy to listen to. But know this, you are not a piece of shit. You are worthy of listening to. Your ideas are good. Don't let them fucking destroy you. Dark Cookie says better to come a crap load than crap to a crap a cum load. True. Joseph Dalziel says, can I get a toast? I have to bury my grandma in the morning 1 week, grandpa in the morning 1 week before his 91st birthday. To Joseph Dalziel, it is the duty of subsequent generations to bury the previous one. But it's a duty we take somberly, solemnly, and hopefully soberly. It is our duty to bury them because they would have it no other way. And the investment they put into us merits our pain be their salvation. May your grandpa rest in peace, but may the lessons, the experience, the wisdom never rest in his offspring, in you, and in your progeny as well. Cheers to him. Over to Rumble. Danger to sharp objectives. Timcast Records dropped a new song, fucking killer shit. Damn, Tim can sing. Offspring drummer 2. SC Medic 71. Reminder, we need to keep the votes coming for Nick's Grifty Award. That's right. I am trying to be the #1 grifter of 2022. Rumble username suck. Farron, that's gay. Straight men around the world would beg to differ. And we know that the opinions of women have no place in Nick's administration. That's about Farron and Megan Fox having to fight it out. Yeah, women fighting is like the men's favorite pastime. Rumble username suck. Nick, I think Keffels should get the wood chipper. Also, Nick, I don't want Keffels to die. I think your law degree has slightly warped your perception of language, or you have some cognitive dissonance. What I think should happen and what I want to happen are not necessarily the same thing. Rumble username suck. Nick, are you carrying in your office based also when you drop links in YouTube? Can you also do so in Rumble and Odyssey? Oh yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. Yeah. Here's the I'm putting the Kickstarter project in Rumble and Odyssey as well. So thank you to anybody who wants to check that out. That's a good idea. Okay, next. Is there any other way to buy the Kickstarter? Only if they succeed in their Kickstarter, then you can buy it in local stores around here in Minnesota, or wherever they sell it. But to my knowledge, you would have to back it through Kickstarter. This is not someone who went through like the Comicsgate thing or anything like that. They don't have like a particular, they're not like, I love Kickstarter or I hate Kickstarter or whatever. It's not like a political or whatever choice for them. It's just the big crowdsourcing platform. So that's, I think, why they went there. You want her to survive the chipper in agony? Yeah, that exactly. Like just go up to her knees or something. Okay. Over on Odyssey, a great US says, I just noticed on YouTube Super Chat that shyster lawyer collecting his day job as escort. Okay. Yeah, I'll take it. Who am I fucking? Herman Armenia says, while we're watching the FBI become the Praetorian Guard in real time, it's always nice to sit down and enjoy some holy teaching from our blessed unbreaded. Pray that between killing Caligula and gambling to become the next emperor, that they adopt big dick binger energy and quit while they're ahead. Doug Murray says, Matt Harris is wrong. Stevie Ray Vaughan was the best. Tomorrow marks the 32nd anniversary of his death at Alpine Valley, Wisconsin. Well, there you go. It solves that. Chandeliers H barbecue and ice. Oh, Chandler's H barbecue and ice. Chandler. Oh, I hate you for that joke. And I love it. Can I get a toast for making my last student loan payment yesterday with my own money? Also, how binding is a company's non-compete stuff, especially in regards to work in the same region. Brother, paying off your own debts is very unbreaded. It is very unbreaded. Congrats for doing it. Sorry that you have student loan debt, because that means that you probably were fleeced out of value that was not delivered. Even if your ultimate degree was beneficial to you, what you paid for it was probably not worth what you spent or what you got out of it, is what I wanted to say. However, congrats on paying it off. I am now on the journey to finish paying mine off, now that I find out that I will not be getting any free money from the US government on mine, which is fine. I didn't deserve it, but I was certainly going to take it because I'm paying the taxes in. I would take them back out. But that being said, cheers to you on paying your last payment. And may everybody else who is outside of the free money from the US government for your student loans range, carry on, my wayward son. All right. But as for the non-competes, it really depends state by state. In Minnesota, we use a blue line rule, which I think it's a blue line rule is what it's called. But basically, they can write the non-compete however it wants. But when you go to enforce it, the judge will actually reduce it to the level of reasonableness that should exist. So are they enforceable? Yes. How strongly are they enforced? It depends on location, industry, everything. And a whole lot of facts and testimony. They're presumptively enforceable in most states, though. Stacy Kogan, good to hear you. Good to hear you, Stacy. Thank you. Carmen S., invite potentially criminal. Twatter nuked him for being unbreaded. Wait, really? Sean got tossed off of Twitter. I got to find a way to get a hold of him now. Damn it. If anybody has contacted, well, he's probably got an email. I'll email him. Not applicable. This also sets the precedent that this is real. AG Biochemist says hashtag pedo Pete. Not applicable. Venti is a pretender. She's not based. Get out. Damn. Jeff K., are you going to the state fair this year, the Great Minnesota Get Together? If so, everyone in the area should try and do a meetup and grab a beer. Probably not. I think Drex is going this weekend. I hate the state fair. I hate going. God, it's such a fucking chore to take all the kids and go to the state fair. And walk around. It's always hot whenever I go. It's cold every day around when I go, but the day I go, it's like, oh, clear skies, 95 degrees. Fuck. I don't think so. If I do go to the state fair, I'll make an announcement on locals or whatever. And if people want to try and find me, they can. All right. Ormond. Thank you for the donation. Jackboy20 JWF Production says, is Chris Chan going to get out of jail? I have no idea. K to the Swiss, the absolute abortion of justice in reference to Vic has me shocked. The left isn't protesting outside of SCOTUS Justice's house. Well, they were. They were. No, Brandon Lesko says, let's chuck and go. Orman says, pissing at windmills politically. The Buddy Cassius, they see me raiding. They hating. Patrolling, they try to catch me riding dirty. Trying to catch me riding dirty. Ty Beard's dad says, great job by my boy Ty Beard on the Vic case. The only thing he's worse at than being a lawyer is a son. Not a day goes by I don't regret pulling out. I think you mean not pulling out. Next, Eric from Wisconsin says, speaking of angry cops, watch the one he put out today, too. He talks about how Canadian Veterans Affairs talk veterans into choosing euthanasia and being so kind to offer their kids counseling. Fuck that. Oh, God. Tadano Hichihito. Wait, no. Hito says, just had Malort. It was awful, just like Illinois. Here's a shot of it on me. I don't want it. I hate it. It's the worst thing. My body, I would rather drink military special tequila, and my body physically rejects it. Am I going to Rammstein next month? No, I never got into Rammstein because I don't understand German. The Squid said, since we're forgiving student loans, I'll take my GI Bill in hundreds. Fair and Balanced says, Joe Biden equals get that daughter butt. Hunter Biden equals get that crack butt. Ashely Biden equals get that daddy butt. Bo Biden equals N/A. Oof. Oof. Whew. Alexander Henderson says, these days, every time I hear pled guilty, I automatically assume it means the prosecutor threatened to overcharge me for their political agenda. Joe Ball says, Nick is a saint and my spirit animal. What's up, Joe Ball? Guys, remember to check out Death, Death, Death by Joe Ball on Indiegogo if you have not yet. Best investment you can make in comics. Mortimer Duke, the only extent to which PV's methods fall outside norms is that it does them exceedingly well. Not applicable, never protect your children from consequences. I mean, if your kid's running into the street and the bus is coming, do you let them get hit? I mean, I think there's a time to do it. Chase says, Nick, I don't mind it, but some people won't listen to rational points if bad language is used to make them. If I clipped your rants and bleep the language and upload them to YouTube, would you be okay with that? Yeah, absolutely. Go for it. All you want to do, brother. I am not opposed. I love, I'm fully willing to give people permission to use my content. I love it when they tell me I prefer that or ask or whatever. I can't think of anyone I've ever said no to on that. So thank you for asking. You have my permission. Clip away. Justin, just finished my first jury duty. I learned how messy and awful contract law is, especially when both businesses are at fault for breach of contract. Jeff Pearson, Brian J. Auten, FBI analyst, is a key person in every attack on Trump and Hunter cover-up. There you go, Tall Skinny Geek. Wait, I read that one. Jerry Coomberry, the government may not be able to issue licenses for the press, but that doesn't stop them from infiltrating it. No, that's true. Of course. Government is in every organization that exists. Like 2 people exist in an organization. One of them's a Fed and the other one probably is too. Zeno Z says, due to your absenteeism yesterday, we must cheers Just Dawn and Matthew Sad for their birthdays today. Thank you to Just Dawn and Matthew Sad. Happy birthday to both of you. Thank you, Zeno, for letting me know. Justin, wait, read that one. Hung Fat says, Rackets, I work with my wife. We love it, but I was given a promotion to a different department today. Much more money, but totally new and separate. I start Tuesday. Advice. I don't know, brother. I've never worked with my wife except when she's like on the stream. What I would say is this: if you guys enjoy working together, you've got a promotion, start advocating for her to get promoted next to you, how you're a good team, how you work well together, demonstrate the working well together as part of how you got promoted to where you are. And maybe you can convince them to bring her along. Otherwise, like if the money is not worth it and you like hanging out with your wife and spouse, refuse the promotion. Typically, people want to take those. And finally, if the promotion's good and the money's good, rub that shit right in her face. 70%, bitch. I make way more than you. Woo! I'm showering in money. You're stuck behind. This is the way it should be. You're in the workplace and you're making less. Just dump that all over her. All right, there you go. That's my advice for you. Not applicable. If you show them a pic of your junk, is it indecent? Well, it depends on the junk, I think. He also says, good example of how government, not billionaires, run stuff. Yes, government, like billionaires have tons, disproportional amounts of power. And the lowest paid government agent can come in and make them into a bitch. Derek Null, MJ Fox, and Ali Seizure shake like Ace Hardware paint shakers. Not applicable. Mike Tompkins' acapella cover is better. Nah, I'm going with John Parr. Lone Wolf 36S. Bro, I'm drunk as fuck right now. Just saying. Get it? Not applicable. At least when the nukes drop, everyone on TikTok goes too. Oh, thank God. Jeremiah Crow. What is the whiskey, you grifting shyster lawyer? Matter of fact, what's your address so I can come look at the label? Suey. Nara Dak. Remember how a month before they were broadcasting that story about Trump disrespecting dead veterans when every witness said it didn't happen? Yep. They're fine with misinformation and election interference when it's in their favor. SCFU FFS says, let's build a guillotine and party like it's 1799. That one guy says, I sell legal marijuana. Lol. Good for you. I'm glad you do. Tom Grawl. Morning, Nick. Prayers needed. My mother just found out she has stage 3 cancer. I owe everything I am as a man to how hard she worked and loves us. Tom, you're one of my whiskey bros. So let me say this. By the way, I messaged you and you never texted me, you motherfucker. I got this. This is from Rock Filter Distillery. You probably have never seen it because it's a Minnesota whiskey. This Fence Jumper Bourbon, if you can get it, this is really good. Like I'm shocked by how good it was. But yeah, I got you on the prayer. Well, you didn't ask for a toast, but I think prayers and toasts are pretty similar. To your mom, to the discovery of a malignant entity within her body, to a cancer. Cancers are akin to demons. They turn people away from what they are and into something else, something that is often frustrated and not their whole person. May the doctors find wisdom. May your mother find hope. And may you always be a bastion of encouragement and honor for her. May you all find the strength to get through this. And may she make a full recovery away from the throes of this blight upon humanity. Cheers to you, brother. Cheers to her. All right. SCFU says, better not pout. Emoluments Clause coming to town. That one guy says, damn grooming gators. TJ Ventura. Tonight is the 2-year anniversary of the Rittenhouse incident. Let us remember Kyle's bravery and toast the jury for doing the right thing. GB Kenosha. Yes, to the jury who made the right decision. Richie McGinnis wrote like a pretty, I'm going to say it. I read every word of Richie McGinnis's little story. Stop being a fucking bitch. Oh, someone died in front of me. I'm sorry that someone died in front of you. Do you know why they did? Because they were trying to murder Kyle Rittenhouse. He didn't call 911 when I suggested he did. Oh, that's because a bunch of people were following him, trying to murder him. All right. Okay. Anyway, but yes, to the jury, the people who did the right thing that day. Lost Valley, people used to give their addresses to Radio Shack to buy batteries. David Hunt, according to Glenn Beck, what you did makes it easier to find you. It's true. Oh, wait, you're saying me having an entity purchase my house or whatever? No, that's actually not true at all. In Minnesota, it's very easy to find someone who owns a property or to find what property they own. It's really simple. You can find it very, very quickly because of how Minnesota records stuff. Maybe in different states, it's different. Here, yeah, having an entity own something is actually a legal shield that is better than not. especially when you can write the documents. It's basically free. Cynthia says, plenty of peeps here have told me to off myself. I can't sue. No, Cynthia, you can just go on living like Spike in Buffy, season 6, episode 4. We have to go on living. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's so bad. So bad. Dead on Leprechaun says PIs get info of subject plus all people they interact with. Joseph Fazio, government is not tyrannical, Nick. I am. Luke Slivkov says it's already at 722 backers. That was actually, I think you even said that was the original campaign. There it is. Never mind. I was looking at the first game. Yep. The first game had quite a few backers, did really well. This game, they're still working on it. Why? Why do you even know that? Oh, man. That's the Buffy musical episode. I know every song. Know every line. Some of the songs in the Buffy musical episode are actually really competently done. You got it. Like, we got to give some credit. Some of those people. Spike's actually a decent singer. James Marsters, not Marston. James Marsters is a good singer. Like, that song sucks. But some of his other stuff, pretty good. Giles, great singer. Fantastic. There's some good songs in that episode. Most of them are pretty fucking bad, though. But that's like, if you're going to watch an episode of Buffy, that's the one to watch. They got the mustard out. Yes. Wait, is James Marsters gay? Wasn't Xander a good singer? He was okay. His songs weren't like vocally complicated. Where's that review of Rita the Healer? I gotta get Lady Rackets to, since we got back. I mean, we seriously barely get to spend any time together, and the time we're spending together is figuring out fucking schedules. Schedules. Nothing but schedules constantly. Oh my God. So once we get some time, hopefully I can get her to watch Redo with me. That Star Wars dude hit 90K even with the hairy stomach and back. What the fuck is that Star Wars dude? I don't know what that is. Ben Frail. Nicholas Brendan had a stroke or something the other day. Prayers for him. Oh, the Xander, he had a stroke? Weird. Salty Balls, Ricadolon chat, YouTuber Steve Wallace's wife died in her sleep and he announced her death today. Anyone inclined, please say a prayer for her and Steve. Hashtag rip beautiful wife. I don't know who Steve Wallace is. Is there a second season of Redo of Healer? It's coming soon. Coming soon. Oh, Anna hit 90K tonight. I see. Lone Wolf 36S. Let's say I'm a game programmer. Let's say I have a game. Let's say I need voiceovers. You down for some voiceovers for royalty? Yeah, 100%. Hit me up. HP Brian, Gavin McInnes got snatched by the feds during his live stream tonight. Not sure if you saw this. I saw somebody in the chat mention it, but I don't know any details. Apocatypical, that character is canonically a 15-year-old. And no, I'm not talking about the one on his Dakimakura. No, that's correct, because Yoko Leitner starts out young and gets older. But the Space Marine, they're young when they become Space Marines. Cynthia, make Xeno a mod, bigot. Dare you? She's Mandy 2.0, but better. I like Xeno. I just didn't know if Xeno wants to be a mod. Xeno, are you there? Do you want to be a mod? Lone Wolf 36S, Unbreaded shows us how far humanity has fallen. Sick people teach our children. Zachary Jones, isn't Matthew Harris a good example of someone losing their Second Amendment rights and it was justified? But to be very clear, Matt Harris didn't lose his Second Amendment rights. He was temporarily suspended from possessing or purchasing a handgun during the pendency of the restraining order. But if the restraining order had been challenged and not enforced, or if it expired, his Second Amendment rights would be immediately and fully restored. So his Second Amendment rights, You will for me, Zeno? Okay, you can be a mod. Just don't do anything. If you're like start moderating people, I'll fire you. But there's a difference between having no acts. Like it's a weird thing. So he doesn't lose his right. There is a difference. If you're a felon, you lose your right. And then you can, like, if you get a pardon or whatever, you can take steps to restore your rights. If you have a restraining order, you have a temporary suspension of your right, but you don't actually lose it, because once the restraining order is gone, your right is immediately and fully restored. Rumble username sucks says, do you think your friends would be interested in letting an underemployed software developer take a crack at making a digital version of their card game to put on Steam, Play Store, etc.? Maybe. I can ask them. If you want to shoot me a message, I'd be happy to pass it on. Rain says, Nick, organize a Woodstock get-together with your fans in some field. We will help. We will hang out and chill. I feel like that's a Fed. But yes, Matthew Harris made tangible threats against multiple people prior to posting them on the UCLA message board. He made threats against the woman that he found having sex with the Jews that he didn't approve of. He made threats against her. She got the restraining order. That's why he was unable to purchase the gun. That was a justifiable thing. And that's how it should work. That's the system that should exist. And if the restraining order is not valid, he would be able to challenge it, to have it thrown out or whatever. And once it expires, he gets his rights are, fully present. Patrick Sloblinson says, Joe Biden's is a pedophile.com. People can find the diary, iCloud leaks, and laptop from hell. Zeno says, due to your absenteeism. Oh, wait, I read that one. Some faggot says, Lucas is going to try and go after you, Nick. Oh, you mean Keffels? That Lucas? Okay, whatever. Lots of people have tried to go after me, and someday one of them will succeed. I guess it depends if they have a grafted penis or not. Nickel and dime, Gavin McInnes swatted on air, possibly arrested. Nick Rekieta says, I'm Nick Rekieta with Rekieta Law, and I approve of this message. That's true. I do. And then there was one more. Great US says, oh, Lord, my tip is in context is when you get multiple $200 super chats. Oh, that's where I'm collecting from my day job as an escort. I gave up the booty and then my money laundering, because you can't pay me for sex, but you can super chat me later. That is the grift that I run, actually. If you want to tap this ass, you have to hit me up on my OnlyFeds account, and then you hit it. We quit it, and then later you pay me by super chat, or else I'm coming to get that butt. Ellie Fan says, I fully understand that modding with you is sitting on Drex's toes. Yes. Super gay. Rumble username suck. Rekieta Law, I'll email you unless you have a non-Twitter means of messaging you. And Penance, I'll flog. See goodie at the next month. Sorry. No, email me. It's fine. I've been checking my email a lot lately because I have some shit in there that I have to take care of, and I hate it. But all right, guys. Amanda Jean says, nah, everyone knows Nick is a swinger in reality. Oh, man. Please tell me all the women I'm fucking. I hope they're hot. that's just please don't let them be fat. Okay. I think that's what we've got for the evening. That's the show. Oh, I'm trying to get these things back down to 3 hours, guys. We're at 4 hours and 17 minutes. Getting better. CL Hunter says, make sure you email Nick tonight, everyone. No, not everyone. Just the one guy. That one guy says Nick always collects, especially on booty. Every move you make, every vow you break, Every step you take, every scream you shake, I'll be raping you. Von Bismarck, welcome to Super Lawyer status. Thank you so much. I think you were sending a comment, but I really appreciate it. All right, guys, that's the show tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, 2 p.m. Lucas Gerhard interview and his lawyer, Phil Ellison, who's been on the show before. Should be a gas. Tomorrow night, there will be a show. And then Saturday, 2 p.m. These are Central times, 2 p.m. Central tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central on Saturday. Null, Joshua Moon, owner of Kiwi Farms, villain of the internet, will be on as well to discuss the recent publicity of Kiwi Farms by a deranged maniacal idiot named Keffels. So should be a fun time. We'll see if I make an enemy of the transgender people as a whole, or if their enemy is their whole. We'll catch you then. Have a good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes madder, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more a love rug. The spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nan to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have